Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Thursday, September the 12th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room, and I forgot to turn on the mic in the main room. So, hi, guys. Welcome to the pre-market show. Thank you, Torty, in our YouTube room. So, so let me do it again. Welcome to the pre-market show for Thursday, September the 12th. Thank you, Harry, and all. So you guys can hear me, see my screen. Okay, guys, so we're in for another one of those days, it looks like. We had the PPI number and jobless. So, William, when you said the PPI number came ahead, is that good or I never know anymore. Ahead is good or bad? Anyway, this is what the market reaction is so far. We'll have one of those big V days again. Now, guys, TNON is the high one today, 140. I can't find any news on it whatsoever. Morning, Michael. Your YouTube room. I can't find any news on TNON, so I don't know what's going on with this one. MNPR trading higher after the cut. So this is positive early human clinical data from its drop. It's only phase one though. It's only phase one. Low float, of course. Look at that, 1.9 million in the float, up 100%. I mean, that's a massive gap. The next high on the weekly chart looks around 540. MPW, where are you? Where's MPW? There you are. MPW, that's holding its gains, trading higher after the company announced it reached a global settlement agreement. Okay, so that is the news for MPW. So, William, yeah, I asked William to do a little analysis of FULC to see what else they've got going on because they've just been destroyed here. This is late stage. Company shares are trading lower. After its phase three, did not achieve its primary endpoint, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, that is devastating for this company. Obviously, no inkling this was going to happen. Look at this weekly. Look at this weekly. A couple of months sitting around $10, and then this morning, man, I can imagine you've been holding. Because I see this one quite a bit. FULC, but man, oh man, what a drop! 62% right now. Speaking of drops, of course, there was no reason probably for RIDE to be up where it was. But nonetheless, I mean, yesterday this stock got up to $22, and we're sitting at $5 right now. RYDE. It had the run. I mean, it's above where it started the run, though. That's kind of the crazy thing. 'Cause I'm not sure. I remember seeing any specific news on it. I probably have to go back and check. But it started its run at $7. It's not long ago. I mean, the fourth. What are we now? The 12th. So last week, and had that big run. That is RIDE. Okay, thank you, Eric. Trying to regain compliance with NASDAQ. I did see one stock that regained somewhere on my list. SMFL. SMFL is up 52%. Huge volume. Look at that, 18 million. Again, I cannot see any specific news. I'm just looking, see if I got any news on this one. I have no news on this one either. SMFL. CSBR. CSBR is an earnings play, so it's done fairly well as an earnings play. It also has a price target of $6 put on it by Craig Callum. Okay, so they've got a price target of $6 for this CSBR. CAL is now this is a bad one right now anyway, down 17% through the 200-day moving average. The CAL is an earnings play down 17%. Not a big float. That's a very low float. 33 million for a $30 stock. Well, now a $30 stock. Yesterday, a few days ago, a $45 stock. At any rate, this is an earnings play, gap down through the 200-day moving average. OXM is another earnings play, gapping down on earnings, down 10%. Not much volume yet. They actually released after hours yesterday, so the volume will start to pick up. So they released after hours. If you can see my 15-minute chart, that move area, that's the after hours action. So you can see the big gap down, and it's maintaining that gap down so far. OBLG, are you still doing something? There you are, 25%. But it's now falling. Okay, so OBLG actually got up to 5. That's a big drop. That's the one that that announced it regained compliance. That's the one I was thinking of. So obviously, they did a reverse split at some point. So SIG, diamonds are forever. So SIG, guys, this is an earnings play. Signet Jewelers is a tough word to say for me anyway. Um, Next high looking left is around 91 on the weekly chart, and that is SIG. Now this is not doing much, but it's an earnings play, and it's a known company. It's Kroger, CR, or sorry, KR. KR is an earnings play, not doing much yet, but I guess wait for the market to open to see if this has any sort of a run. Yesterday, it was in jeopardy of losing the 200-day moving average. It fell below it briefly, and then it closed above it. Moderna, yeah, Moderna is getting hit this morning. There it is, down 14%. mRNA, that's getting hit this morning. Morgan Stanley maintained coverage with a target of 94. Fine, okay. Probably they had a higher price target and they've reduced that now to 94, but good luck. Sitting at 68 now. Jeffries, okay, let's see what Jeffries, wow. All right, they've they're maintaining their coverage with a buy-in target of 120. So that's about not quite double the current price. Hmm. Thank you, Eric. So that's the reason for the SMFL, HRT Financial acquiring a position. Okay, thank you. Well, Moderna's just getting kicked here. And that's down 13%. It's a big drop with that sort of a float, 347 million in the float. William mentioned this Navi. It had not too much volume. Let's see if the volume has picked up. It seemed to have, it dropped and then wow, pretty crazy. I mean, I don't know enough about this, but I can read this headline. U.S. bans Navient from federal student loan service serving orders a $120 million payment. $120 million for wide-ranging student lending facilities. Okay, well, okay, so this resolves, wow, talk about 7 years ago, a lawsuit that started in Pennsylvania in 2017. So the only thing I can think of is that they thought maybe it's going to be more, sort of like what happened with Triple M. They maybe got that's a lot of to me a lot of money. But look what happened. I mean, it got down to 13, and now it's popped right back up. Mm, yeah, GUR is on the move here. G triple R on the move. They announced a buyback, share buyback of up to $6 million. Okay. Yeah, that's okay. Well, they're in response to a sharp decline in the company's market cap from 650 million down to 35 million. And according to them, in spite of our strong business performance. Anyway, that is G triple R. It's got room. 478 is the next high, so it's got about a dollar to the next high in the weekly chart anyway. That is G triple R. So let's take a look at our SPY here. So yeah, that PPI number that came out. William said the jobless number came in around what was expected. The PPI number was above. So the market pop, drop. So I mean, as we speak, the SPY is a little bit above the close of yesterday. You guys are talking about some of the airliners. Well, before I look at Jets or Delta, let's take a look. Sorry, Jets, UAL. Let's take a look at Jets, see what it's doing. A little bit of a move, still below the 200-day moving average. Again, that's the ETF, probably the main ETF for the airline industry. Not much volume yet. Take a look at UAL. So UAL is moving a little bit more than the index. So we do not have a China low floater, guys, today that I can see anyway. Now, I don't know if you guys, well, if you're in the room, you know that the CNEY, I got very lucky on this one. See if I can explain that. I was waiting for a 150 break, and look what happened right here, just before the market closed. And I almost got into this at around 160, and I got just slightly distracted, which was a good thing because it immediately dropped. That's a 15-minute candle, okay, but or bar. But that immediately dropped down to 120 or something, and then it did come back up again, but I thought, you know what, I just don't like the way it's trading, but I thought maybe it could do what QH did after hours at the 2 days before, but of course it did not. So, but it was a wonderful trade during the day. Like I do not see another low flow China stock today. Could be one, but I just don't see it. Did I talk about MNTX? MNTX? Yeah, I don't think so. This looks like it's yeah, okay, that's why I do recall seeing it. So this is a buyout. That's why it's flatlining right now. Acquired by Tadano for a 580 a share, so it's just slightly under. So Tadano, are you a public company? We just start typing it in. I guess Tadano is not a public company. No. All right, guys. Well, let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening. I mean, the market's modestly up right now. Let's take a look at the sectors. Okay, so here are the major sectors. Again, as always, like to lead off with energy. XLE, the major ETF for energy. 100% of the stocks are up from yesterday's close. Let's see if the TSX has got any volume. No. So, but 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. And GDX is gold miners or something, right? Yeah, and gold, yeah. So it's gold miners. There's US oil. There's gold there. Stocks are a little bit weak, but what I really want to do, what we're doing now for several weeks, you have to do this for a long time, check to see where these major sectors are with respect to the 200-day moving average. So you can see that XLE, even though the market rallied yesterday, XLE did not really rally that much. So XLE is still drifting away from that 200-day moving average. That's the green line. D triple eight. I haven't seen you in a long time. Um, Used to be here, right? Or am I wrong? Yeah, always nice to welcome people back who used to be in the room. XLR retail. So we've got XLE below the 200-day moving average. XLR, I'm sorry, XRT. So XRT is still below the 200-day moving average. So that's two. It's still below the 200-day moving average. And the other one, I believe, was consumer discretionary. I think that was hanging around. XLY. Well, it's above it, but close. Let's take a look at them all right now. XLV, healthcare has been a star. Now it's been falling, the last few days, but remember now, during this time period, the SPY was falling. The SPY was really a lot like XLE and a lot of the other major sectors were really falling. XLE is now starting to fall somewhat. Can't see the 200 day. The 200 day is 144, so it's just underneath there. So it's still quite a bit above it. Consumer staples, XLP. Now XLP certainly was above it. Let's see if it's doing what. Yeah, I mean a little bit of weakness yesterday, but not much. You can see how well it's been performing. Consumer staples, financials, XLF. Yeah, so weakening over the last 4 days, but still well above 4061. Yeah, so still well above the 200-day moving average, but weakening over the last 4 days. Industrials, XLI. Yeah, I mean we're starting to get at least my gauge usually, can I see the 200-day moving average on the daily chart? So you can see it here, the rising 200-day moving average, XLI starting to drop. Utilities, XLU, they're probably still pretty strong. Yeah, utilities still very strong. Again, when the market gets a little nervous, people seem to pile into these XLU stocks. They're usually issue dividends, so a bit of a flight to safety. And now it's XLK. That's right, XLK. That's the challenging one. Aha. So you can see that it is now above the 200-day moving average. Not much, but it is above the 200-day moving average. And communications, XLC. I'm sure XLC will be above it for sure. How much I don't know. Well, you can't see it, but it has been drifting down. So right now, as we speak, the only two, XLE and XRT. Actually, I'm wrong. XRT, I think, was just above it, right? No, XRT. So the only two major sectors below the 200-day moving average as we speak are energy and retail. What was I don't, well, I should take a look at SMH, semis. Yeah, so semis are right there. So slightly above it. So that's a look at how the major sectors are doing right now. All right. So, okay. So I'm going to put GLXG. Draw says that that's an IPO that is scheduled to come out today, and it's a China stock. What I'm going to do is just right click on trading at, of course. I'm going to put a price alert at $1. And thank you, Draw. So we know it's 1.8 million shares issued. The IPO is priced at 4, and it's China. So if it starts trading today, at least I'll know exactly what the structure is. This is a pretty big fade now for SMFL. Not shortable for me. The high in the pre-market got up to 150, down to 129 now. You can see actually, I'm sorry, in the pre-market, this got up to 193, 193 in the pre-market. Now it's back down to 129. Well, we have 1.6 million. I haven't checked the other website. Draw did, so they've got 530,000. About a third of what we've got here. Very, very low. Yeah, the airliners. So I don't know. Is oil prices dropping? Look at Delta. Yeah, it's a big count for Delta. EAL was through the 200-day moving average yesterday. That's a big count for Delta. After the company reportedly said that the FY24 earnings per share was expected to be at or above the midpoint of the 6 to 7 range. Okay, so they're preconditioning the market. They don't release until a month from now, October 10th. But they're trying to tell the market that good news is in the future for DAL. Let's see how much Jets has been affected now. There was not very much, still not much volume, still not much of a move yet. Still below the 200-day moving average. All right, guys, 9:24. So I'm going to the layout that I'm going to use once this market opens. So I'm just going to get rid of this layout and get my layout that I will use once this market opens. Okay, so I've got the two races here. Okay, so let's see. What is the SPY doing? The SPY is still barely positive. Boy, look at Summit here, guys. I didn't really see Summit. I don't know why. Well, I guess it's only up 8.9%. So I was looking at all the other ones, but only up 8.9%. Still so strong after that news. And the news, excuse me, the news that happened now 3 days ago now. Okay, guys. Let's see, anything else that I haven't mentioned that is in this top six anyway, in terms of being up percentage wise? Okay, so hard to know what's going to happen with this one. They're up because they regained Nasdaq compliance. OBLG, the next high is 461 on the daily chart, but of course it got above that in the pre-market, got up to 560 in the pre-market. A lot of volume already, 4.3 million, with only about 700,000 or so in the float, because that's what our provider has. That is for OBLG. Yeah, so Moderna, mRNA, Moderna, in the high of, wow, it's not that long ago. I mean, not really that long ago. And we're talking, sort of the end of May, $170 end of May, $68 now. And yet, didn't Jeffries put a 190 target on it still? There's the coffee pour, guys. It's getting a little cooler in Vancouver now. Wow, less than a minute. Well, less than 10 seconds. Guys, let's have a great trading day, everybody. Caught me by surprise there. Again, I typically don't trade in the first 15, but let me get this one going. I don't know why it's not starting. Okay, guys, so let's see what's happening. Well, right off the bat, Moderna making a new low. And the market is now barely positive, barely positive. And we have our first halt of the day. MODV halted on the way down. MODV, not much volume yet. Man, oh man, that summit is just continues to rock. Look at ride. Now, did it pop up? No, it's on the way down. Halted on the way down. Hey, thank you for that, Casa. SPY options indicate the SPY will move between 559 and 549 today. So look at the two airlines here. There's American and Delta early. Cruisers, NCLH. Well, okay, I will say this for NCLH. It's finally above the 200-day moving average. NCLH. Ah, woof. WOOF from yesterday. Nice continuation. This was an earnings play yesterday, and it closed near the high. Excuse me, near the high, and it's above, of course, yesterday's high now. No, the shoot, TNON halted on the way up now through the 200 moving average. TNON halted on the way up. So they did a for one reverse split, effective when? So that was Friday. So the reverse split was effective on Friday. We're now almost a week ago. So anyway, there's TNON. Let's take a look at where it could open. Okay, so here's your first time I'm showing this one today. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, this blue screen you see, nothing to do with trade ideas. I know I always say that, but I get so many emails, not so many, but a number of emails. Where can I find that in trade ideas? Okay, this has nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Well, there's your halt price. This is supposed to give you a bit of a clue as to where it could open. This column right here, not a big clue. Is probably less than 20,000 shares then maybe for TDTH. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, you're right. It is halted. Yeah, I have my filter. I have a 20,000 minimum shares. I mean, it's 617 shares have traded so far. NTG, sorry guys, NTGR on the move. Yeah, so NTGR didn't really see this one in the pre-market. I'm not sure why. Maybe the volume was too low. I can't really remember. But here's NTGR trading higher after the company disclosed a settlement agreement with TP Link Systems and raised its Q3 revenue guidance. Okay, so that's the reason for NTGR on the move right now. Ooh, nice one, Jack, for your G triple R. Now, next high looking left, 472 on the weekly chart. and that is for G triple R. Spy is still hanging on the fingernails, just a little, still a little bit above yesterday's close. So we saw the other cruiser, NCLH. This is another one, River Cruiser, VIK. So this is having a up a little bit, VIK. All right, CSB on right at the 200-day moving average. The 200-day moving average is 517. It's an earnings play released after hours yesterday. They're kind of holding the gap at the after hours gap. You guys are talking about double AOI, AAOI. So TNON just resumed. TNON got TNON. Let's see if it holds over five, and especially if it holds over that 200-day moving average. What sort of room does this have on a weekly chart? I know this is reverse split adjusted. The next high looks like it's around 912. Okay, 912. So it's got some room on the weekly chart anyway. Boom. Now it goes, guys. For a bit. Now it goes. TNON. TNON. That's a big boom now for TNON, guys. And it's right at that high right there. What did I say? 912? Yeah, so it's getting very close to that high right there of 912 on the weekly chart. DJT keeps slip sliding away. I think this is a quite a lifetime low. Boy, if this TNON takes out that high of 912, then the next high is way up here at 1365. And I'm not saying it's going to hit those marks, but it's just something to be aware of. Okay, well, there's a halt on the way down, I guess, now for G triple R. Okay, guys, TNON above 9 now, briefly. Remember, the next high looking left is 97912. I think it just got halted. I think TNON just got halted. No, it didn't. Sorry. It looked like it was going to get halted. So gold, yeah, AEM is it? This is Agnico or yeah, so gold stocks I think are moving pretty smartly today. Yeah, look at gold. Let's take a look at GLD itself. GLD. Guys, it's TNON now. I mean, this is monster here. The next high on the weekly chart. What did I say? 13 something. Love is an earnings play, guys. Yeah, love is an earnings play. LOVE is an earnings play. And looking left on the weekly chart anyway, 2522 is the next high. If somehow it takes that out, the next high is almost $30. So really pay attention to this level right there. If it can take it out, 2522, I'm sticking an alert right around there and see if it takes that out. And it is an earnings play. Not a lot of volume yet. So I think Ride must have had a little bit of a pop, right? Yeah. All right, guys. Love is, I won't say it. Okay, I will say it. Love's in the air, but right there, 2522. So it got up there and it pulled back a little bit. Let's see if it takes that out again. Just because of the room it's got on a weekly chart. Okay, that's the reason I'm looking at it. Boy, TIL, what a run it's on still. TIL was a big run, I think, yesterday. Actually, it's been on a run for the last little while. Man, 4 days ago, this is a $14 stock, $35 now. Not much volume. Pretty amazing. Wainwright's got a $40 price target put on them. And place, okay, let's see. Triggered, yeah. PLCE just made a high for the day. PLCE, this is a big one from yesterday. The big one from yesterday was a really erratic trader at the beginning of the day, and then it just sort of took off. But you made some money, right? You did not allow on the GER. Okay, the market is basically flat right now. SPY is basically at yesterday's close. Look at Summit, son of a whatever, SMMT. This is not. It's getting close to double territory now. I thought you were making a. You were letting your feelings show about the GV. Well, are we in for another day like the last two anyway? We're going to get a big V day and then a pop. Only time will tell. There was a sell right in there. Still strong. NNE. Still strong. Just made another new high for the day. NNE. Well, let's take a look at Ride. I mean, it's to make of this one, but the high today was around 6, I guess. Not quite. 578, 578. Let's see if it takes that out. I'm going to put an alert around 586 and see if it has a run from there. PCT, I just saw that 5 minutes ago. I was thinking about taking it, didn't get it. PCT. Now, PCT coming into looks like it could be some resistance. There are shares available for me to short. Interactive Brokers, almost 500,000. That could be a block right there for PCT at $8. That's the next high in the weekly. Could be. A big float, 125 million in the float. So a great continuation play so far for place off earnings. Done. Everything's done, Poe. Job report or whatever. Let's see what happened at 8:30. Everything's done though, really. Yeah, the jobless claims at 8:30 and the PPI, producer price index at 8:30. The only other one that I don't know might have some effect is at 1 o'clock. The $22 billion 30-year bond auction. 2 p.m. there is the Treasury statement, and then the buyback results. But that's it in terms of, I guess, economic numbers. Roku, guys, ROKU, moving down now. It's still up for the day for some reason. Roku is still up for the day. Look at Pfizer. Pfizer's sort of doing what Moderna is doing. 28.40. 20, now there might be some support for Pfizer PFE at around 28.44. That is the next low looking left on the daily chart. Might be, but this is sort of doing what Moderna is doing, was doing anyway. Take a look at Moderna, see if it's so it's still very weak. I mean, down 19%. And the SPY went negative. Now the SPY is definitely negative now. So the drug dealers, they're definitely getting hit here. There's Novavax. We have Pfizer, PFE. We have, let's see what Merck is doing, MRK. Yeah, so they're all weak. Well, Merck is not that weak. It's only down 15 cents, but this Viking, I mentioned this one just a while back, VIK. Wow, here's SIG, which is an earnings play, just had a pop here now. Okay. It's an earnings play. Pretty low float, for a $91 stock, only 42 million in the float. This is an earnings play out of, okay, for tax purposes out of Bermuda. Give me one moment, please. Look at Siri. Look at Siri now. They do that. They did a forward split, right? No, I'm sorry. They did a reverse split, a 1 for 10 reverse split 2 days ago. Now starting to sink. Missed it. All right. Well, so much for the bouncing ride. Okay, I thought maybe it might take this out, this $6 level, but nope. This this PCT guys is still on a roll here. Again, I thought maybe this might stall it. Okay, $8 looking left. This might stall it. A lot of shares available for me at Interactive Brokers, about 400,000 or so. Okay, BKYI. So now that one is above the high of a couple of days ago, or got to the high a couple of days ago, BKY. High. China EV player NIO is moving down. Yeah, look at this. Quite a lifetime low again. Okay, guys, Lay's could be interesting now. It's over six. It fell right back down to 542. It's at a bounce. This week, of course, it got up to almost 10, 950 or so, 960 maybe, 940. That was a couple of days ago. Big drop yesterday. Yeah, keep an eye on this one over six. I mean, this was looks pretty good, hanging over six. Low float, 8.85 million in the float. Spread's not terrible, only a nickel. Sorry, guys, I'm busy. Lays, LASE. I see that MODV is so the volume has definitely picked up now, at least. That bid just has to catch up on the lays to the ask. We're at 615. So I'm in it. Okay, I am in this one. That's why I've got to pay really close attention to it. So pardon me while I don't talk too much right now. LASE. Okay, guys. I took myself out of it for a small loss right now for the LASE. Don't like the way it's trading right now. I'm going to take a look at it again. If it gets back, I had a little gain in it, but I was looking for a lot more. So I'm going to take a look at it again. If it gets up to maybe that 618 mark. Okay, so I have an alert set for around 618 for Lays. I want to see if it gets back up to that level again, LASE, only because of what happened, in the last couple of days. They get up to $9. Okay, so this one, I can't remember where did it get halted at. OBLG got halted at 422. So this is a big pop now. Big pop. All right, guys, let's see if OBLG can really rip through 5. Okay, OBLG rip. Well, I don't want to call it ripping through 5, but certainly through 5. Okay, and the next high looking left is 571. That's on the that's pre-market action, I believe. Yeah, 839. So yeah, that's pre-market action. This is also an AI play from our AI. OBLG is also an AI play from our AI. Booming now. Okay, so love now is back over that level. What's the spread like? I don't like the spread. Still not a great spread. 25.10, 25.26. So I don't love that spread. So we can see we got the precious metals. We've got PAAS. We've got GFI. Gold is here. Um Yeah, so there is a little disconnect in the market. So yeah, the Dow's down 178, Nas is up just a little bit. Ooh, this is on the way down. Okay. Look what happened here, guys. Somewhat predicted, that 8 level PCT. At PCT, there was 8 right there on the weekly chart, and it got to 793, and now it is starting to fall. PCT. Well, guys, Summit on the move again. SMMT on the move again. And if you have our AI, you know that it's an AI alert at 2715. Well, I mean, love went without me. I just didn't like that spread, but look at it now. I mean, the spread is so terrible. But well, it tightened up just a little bit. The last I saw was 66.97, but it's ripping higher here now. And it was all, I mean, look at the room it's got. I just couldn't bring myself to take it because of the spread. But now the spread may not matter at all. Yeah, great call by somebody with the AAOI early. So for me, I'm definitely interested in Lay's later on. Okay. Well, only if it takes us out. Just because of the room it's got, and it's trying to recover a little bit, 9%. Well, all we can do on that one, Chris, is to take a look at this website that we seem to trust, whether it is 100% accurate. And they've got half a million in the float, 530,000. Really tough, to find. Okay, when these stocks have done, multiple reverse splits, but that website seems to do a good job. For our provider, yeah, 1.6. So, about a third. I mean, whatever it is, it's low. Okay. We got 1.6. Summit, 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 guys. SMMT. Veronica. Veronica. Good morning. Yes. In our YouTube room. Well, and there's Summit continuing to make new highs. The fast morning so far. DBRG was a big one yesterday, I believe. DBRG was a big one yesterday. Yep. Big one yesterday. Continuation today. 1372 now. DBRG. Looking left, the next high on the weekly chart is 1446. So it has room on the weekly chart, at least. And what do they do? They are an asset manager. They do everything. Just reading through what they do everything. Okay, guys, don't lose sight of Lay's. LASE, just in case, okay? Come back over. It has come back over six. The high today was a little over 620. Again, the only reason I'm looking at it is because of the high yesterday, 887. The high the day before was 932. It had a big sell-off yesterday, to be sure. But traders will probably be looking at this and thinking, well, what if it can fill in this void a little bit? Well, yeah, look at this market now. We're in bounce mode again for the market. The SPY is basically flat now. Meanwhile, Till just continue. What the heck? Again, they're a bio developing a cell therapy pipeline. I don't see any news on it. Yeah, I don't. I do not see any specific news on it. JBDI just halted. Just got halted. JBDI just got halted. All right, now this is an all-time high. Yes. Don't do it because I've been talking about it late, or Poe, please. I don't. I'm interested a little bit higher. I hope it works out for you. One moment, please. All right. Well, here's Sir also. Oh, we just forgot Shaw to get the browser interface going. I guess I'm more interested on the three, but actually, I think I'm going to change this to even 5 minutes. Talking to Shaw in our YouTube room. I don't know whatever the default is, Shaw. Whatever the default is, okay. I don't know what the default is for it, but so you know what I'm saying, Shaw. I don't know what the default is for these clouds. I want to say 5 and 12 or something like that. But whatever it is, I mean, you'd have to. I guess you can figure it out. But whatever the default is, I haven't changed it. So this one is going to have a big pop if this holds. Okay, look at J. So there's JBDI. There's the halt at 26.83. Potential open is about $1 on top of that, approximately. If this holds, okay, 27.72. If that holds, where did it go? Ah, ticked off. I really loved. Well, I love love. I really did. I just didn't love the spread, and it just kept me out. Wow, look at the market now. We're actually going positive on the SPY again, guys. All right, DBRG looks pretty interesting to me anyway. It has got some room to 1450 on the weekly chart. All right, guys. Fast morning so far for me. So 10:17. So you know what that means. Got to go over my homepage and stick around. I'll show you the scans that I'm currently sharing. There's no such thing as better, Shaw. I don't know if it's better on the three or the five. The only reason I got on the three here is because of Go No Go, of course. Go No Go is set up to be on a 3 minute chart. But all right, guys, clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. You're going to find a way in which you can take out a subscription. So, first thing, if you want to take out a subscription to get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year, you can use this promo code Barry15. Okay. And if you do take it, and please use my code, whatever that code is. I mean, it will change from time to time. Please use the code. That will really help to keep this room free. Okay. The company likes to see that, of course. It's a free room and you take out a subscription using my code, the room gets credit for it. All right. If you do take out a subscription, you must do to get started. 10 short videos starting off with the download and install. First startup and login. Scrolling down a bit, important introduction to scans. The two key ingredients of trade ideas, top list windows and alert windows. Okay. Take you about 30 minutes to go through them all. If you are new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. A free series of videos, free. Okay, put on. Michael Noss created this. Michael Noss of Trade Ideas, he created this. So it's all free. Stock of the day video that I do, free of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't seem to get it in your email, check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. The education section is here. Here's our user guide. Great user guide. There's the getting started again. A lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top risk window is. Now, if you want to create your own, I've got a couple of races that I'm displaying, but you want to create your own race, this is how you do it. You go to the guide and it explains how you can create your own race with your own set of parameters. Okay. Price alerts, you notice I use price alerts a lot. If you want to create your own symbol list or watch list of stocks you want to follow, here's how you do it. And as always, there's a lot in it. There's a lot in this guide. You do not have to learn everything. So daily support sessions, I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. This is Thursday, so typically that should be Steve Gomez taking over for me. Sometimes he and Andy switch, but before I do take my break at 12 o'clock Eastern time, I will let you know who it is, and I'll also give you the link to get into YouTube. So, you want my scans? Here they are. So click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section. Here are the scans that I am currently sharing. So these two races, the biggest scanners from the start of the race is here. The large cap gainers is here. These are the two that I am, excuse me, these are the two that I am displaying. Okay. I do have another race that I'm sharing. I'm not displaying it. I don't have it up and running actually. This is the halts resumes over here. Very active today. The upside movers versus downside movers is down here. The relative strength leaders is right here. So these are the ones that you can see, the ones I'm displaying. I do have another one on my other monitor that I actually have up and running in my momentum scan, which is right here. Okay. Now you notice I have other scans that I'm sharing. I don't have them all up and running. Neither should you. I'm just showing you a lot of different scans that I've created over the years that you might want to take a look at. Okay. So again, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, this is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and I don't know, quarter to 3 that I'm live and on the mic. Well, live sharing my screen. Well, I usually take off sometime between 2:30 and quarter to 3. William, under no obligation, will sometimes keep the main room open till about 4. I'll check with him to see what he wants to do today. So when I do take off, the main room is still open. Well, the thing about it, Shaw, is yeah, experimentation. There's no right or wrong. Or what time frame to use. Oops, just give that's why I was so just give me a moment. Okay, now you'll notice that a lot of the stocks, I mean, they're not holding their gains, a lot of them. They're just not holding their gains, but not due to the market. Look at this market pop here. So I would think that some of these large cap gainers must be on the move. Oh, love, 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 love. Okay, guys, let me explain what Trade Ideas is all about. If you're new, what we're really good at is real-time alerting. Okay, a lot of screening programs out there that kind of claim to be scanners, real-time alerts. We don't have to claim, we are. So let me explain what I mean by that. This is a scan that I'm sharing, a momentum scan. Okay, I right-click on it, click on Configure, and then click on the summary. So this is the screening aspect of the scan. So if the price is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least three. That means it's got to be trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. Let's call it 10:30 Eastern time right now. That's a very powerful filter that we've got. It helps me identify stocks that are trading abnormally. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes, 400% of normal. So this is the bottom line. If all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why we're seeing MTA. The last one was at 10:24 plus 57 seconds, quite a minute ago. Okay, and these are all real-time alerts. Okay, let me answer, Steve. You need to have 0.95. Okay, the beta. Okay, and so if you have it, let me just run through this a little bit, Steve, and then I'll make sure you understand how to actually load it though, because you have to be using the browser interface of our charts also, but you have to be on 0.95, the beta. So if you click on my homepage link, you'll see there's a download section at the top right-hand corner. If you don't have it, now you'll know what you have if you just click on Help and About. I can't do that because I'm in this, but if you click Help and About, it's going to tell you the what you've got. Okay, the version you've got. Okay. So you see what right happened there, guys? CCU just made a new high for the day, meeting all of these filter requirements. So if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it. This is on my homepage. It's called Momo. But you can, of course, make some changes if you want. If you don't like this price range or if you don't like a filter that I'm using, maybe you want to add your own, customize it more, go ahead. This is what I like to see. I'm not trying to force what I like to see onto you. You want to build your own scans? Of course you can. This time I'll click on search. And right at the very top, these icons, these are all the real-time alerts that we've got. And at the very, very top, the two most popular, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. If I scroll down, you can see we've got a lot of real-time alerts. When we get to these filters, or icons, these are the filters that we've got. So again, if you're looking at this for the first time, don't get hung up on how many we've got. Don't think that, man, it's way too complicated. I cannot possibly learn them all. You're right. You can. You don't have to, though. Okay. You don't, we have so many because just think about it. There's so many different trading styles out there that we had to create all these different real-time alerts and all those different filters so that the majority of our customers could find a way to combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, that's the only reason there's so many. You don't have to learn them all. I don't use 1 minute charts, so right off the bat, Veronica. Veronica, it's so much easier to say. I don't use 1 minute charts. Okay, so the lowest I've got is three, and before a month ago, I never even not lowest I had was 15. I'm using the 3 minute chart for a special reason, but I've never used a 1 minute chart. If you're new, I probably wouldn't either. They're just too whippy, in my opinion. I'm not listen. Anybody out there using a 1 minute chart, making money, fabulous. Keep doing it. Well, let's take a look at MTA. Okay. Um, so it's not so much. I mean, the volume. You're right. The volume is kind of low, but the relative volume is high. Okay. So as an intraday trader, your goal is every single day is to find stocks that are trading abnormally. This is trading abnormally. Now, the overall volume isn't great, but it is trading 4.2 times normal up to this time of day. So, it might be a bit of a challenge with the low kind of overall low volume, but there's no question about it. It had a great move three to 3.21. It's almost not quite a 10% move. But if you're looking at this and thinking the volume is too low, then just forget about it. This I'm trying to think if this ever showed up in any one of my scans. Probably not because the overall volume is not that high. All right, guys, DBRG, and I'm in this one. Okay, it hasn't really moved much for me, and but I am in this one. I'm waiting to see if I can just get into the east, into the high 80s, maybe low 90s. But I am in this one. If you're new, yeah, I probably would not look less than a 5 minute time frame, maybe even a 15. Again, for years, that was my lowest time frame, was a 15-minute time frame, because it's not quite as choppy. Okay. Again, I'm only using a 3 minute because of this special situation we've got with go no go charts. Now, let me support question. So, Steve, did you figure out what version you're on? Okay, by clicking on help and about, you have to be on 5.6.95. Now, I'm on a development version, but what version are you on? That's the number one thing. You have to be on version 5.6.95 in order to get the trade wave indicator going. Maybe Steve, are you still around? Hey, maybe Steve is gone. Wow, look at JBDI. So they did pop up to $31 and then right back down. Well, without sounding trite, you're talking about your plan. You've got to practice using that plan then, okay? You've got a simulator that you can use. I mean, any plan can be good if it works. I mean, again, I'm not trying to sound trite. It's not what I would do because I don't use 1 minute charts. But many people out there use 1 minute charts for entries, and if it works for you, all you can do though is practice with what you're trying to do. Okay, I don't use 1 minute charts, but I'm never going to ever say to people, well, because I don't do this, then you shouldn't. I use daily and weekly. I don't have a 4 hour chart, but I use daily and weekly because the type of trader I am, I want to see stocks. Typically, the stocks I'm seeing are at the high or the low of the day. So that's all I'm doing. Then I'm looking left on a daily chart or a weekly chart to see where the next high or low is. And that'll make up my mind whether I can, first of all, take the trade. But I think you should practice for sure whatever whatever time frame you start looking at. I just don't look at 1 minute charts. Okay, so squeeze that puppy. So you're talking about 8 o'clock Eastern time, right? Well, I mean, I've got my pre-market actives up and down. I mean, you can just keep an eye on those things. I mean, really, if you go to my is that big 4.6? I didn't think so. Just enough to maybe rattle some plates. So yeah, it's on my homepage. I mean, this is all I do. I mean, I don't trade in the pre-market very often because of the time zone I'm in. But if you click on, that's all I do though. The pre-market axis up and down, and that'll show you the stocks that are moving. I have it in a tree map version. You can see the stocks that are moving. We start getting our data at 4 o'clock Eastern time. Okay, that's when we start getting our data. I think it runs to about I want to say 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. I want to say 7 p.m. Yeah, we've got another one of those choppy days now, guys. Look at this. I don't think anything happened at 10:30 that would affect the market any great deal, but so it is 8 p.m. Okay, thank you, Adra. Tell me you don't sit around at 8 p.m. and keep drinking. Well, if you do, that's a bit of a never mind. Never mind's reason. I mean, forex and crypto never goes. I don't think. All right, guys. ONCT just got halted, and did it get halted on the way up? I don't know why it got halted. It looked like a big enough move, but I guess it is. All right. Oh, love, guys. Wow. I mean, it still has room too. I mean, it still has room. I mean, and the spread is, tightened up now a bit. 30-38. It's not terrible now. So this is another one from our AI guys. Short. Now I've been a little interested in this one now that it's broken down to 30. This is an earnings play. CAL is an earnings play. Tons of shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. A million. But you know what? It is not a big float. Wow, 30. I remember seeing this now. Only 33 million in the float. I can't get a fill where I want it on the CAL. Now that, well, the bid is 63 now. The ask is 80. I was trying to get it at 90 and 85. I was going mid, using the midpoint entry on within Interactive Brokers. I just did not get a fill. I know I could take it right now at 70, but I don't feel like chasing it. Okay, guys, I took myself out of the DBRG basically flat. This doesn't look like it's going to have that oomph today, so I took myself out of the DBRG basically flat. So, Steve G, did you leave? All right. All right. I just had to go through a bit of a spiel, but I don't know. Maybe you left. Omex on the move, guys. Here, Omex, Odyssey Marine. I saw this in the pre-market. Didn't think too much of it, but yeah, Omex on the move here. OMEX over $5. Pretty decent volume for it coming in. 30 times normal. 30 times normal. So you can see it doesn't trade very much. 514,000 represents 30 times normal. Oh, were you able to scrounge something out of the LASE? I see now it's back up to 589. Hmm, good one. Okay. I mean, Omex has got a little bit of room. The weekly high is here at 502, so it's a little bit above that weekly high. Boy, this, I mean, this is basing nicely. I mean, it may have another pop. Love may have another pop. And looking left, I mean, it still has room. 29, it still has $3 to that next high. The question really on ride is more. Now, the interesting thing about ride is that it shouldn't have done this in the first place. Okay, but the interesting thing is that it even got below from where it came. Which was $7. This was back. I mean, this was a nonsensical move, really. So now it's just getting trashed. I don't think there's any specific reason for it. This just became a stock play that traders around the world just piled into. But if you're looking for any specific reason why this is down today, not really. China stock, Singapore. Sorry, Singapore. No, no, we're not launching an IPO. Yeah, some of them are awesome. IPOs from China the day of. I actually have an alert set. Give me a moment, guys. I have to contact somebody. Wow, easy come, easy go. Look at this JBDI. Wow. Boy, this love is just basing beautifully, really. It's nice, nice base on a 3-minute chart where you would expect a lot more chop. Very, very nice base. I have to put an alert, I guess. The high up here, 2667. If it breaks out of this base on some volume and continues its potential march up to that area of 2946. It's going to, well, it's already super, I mean, it's already had a big move, right? But 25%, but you can see, if you can see my screen, the 3-minute chart, it is just basing. So I've just put a price alert at the high of the day, I guess, which is, looks like around 2667 or so, 2670 or so. So, if it can break out again on some volume and you look left on the weekly chart, it still has a ton of room. Oh, you cannot see it. Okay. Well, if you have a chart at all, you must have some chart. So I don't know if you want to put it on a 3-minute chart, even a 15, you can just sort of see how it's basing. Excuse me. This has got a little bit of room, guys. It's HIMS has got a little bit of room on the weekly chart. 1686 is the next high looking left. On the daily chart, 1680. So there is some room for HIMS to keep moving if it wants to. It has been a really nice trend up. It hasn't been affected too much by the market gyration. Look at the market up, down, up, down. This has been basically straight up. That's why I've been trying to focus on these large cap gainers, and I just unfortunately have not been able to concentrate on them enough. Boy, at some point you have to think that this till is going to be an awesome short. I mean, there are 150,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers to short. Question is like when? But look at this week it's had, and I still don't see any specific news on it. Or maybe this is it. Oh, look at Lays now, guys. Okay. Wow. Cole, are you still in it? No, the issue right now is that awful spread. See, why didn't you do that when I was in it? All right. Well, okay. Round two. Okay, so love is finally getting a little pullback here, guys. So, what is it pulling back to? 25 14 is the VWAP. So that is still far enough away. That's a ways to go. I didn't talk about the races. Okay, well, let's talk a little bit about the races. So what you're seeing here, biggest gainers from the start of the race. I'll explain what the races are all about by demonstrating on this one. So I run 4-minute races. Again, if you go to my homepage and then go to the education section and click on the guide, and then you're going to find a whole section on TI stock racing. Okay, how you can create your own race using your own parameters. I'll show you what I'm doing in this race. So I'm running 4-minute races. And so since the race started 3.5 minutes ago, Lay's has moved 7.76% since the race started. Okay. Now it's 6.84%. Obviously, this is a changing number. So let's see if this wins a race. Let's see, I got another 20 seconds, or will Ray take over? Because if it wins a race and there's going to be a top 10 list created. All right, Lay's won the race, and now there is a top 10 list that has been created. So, how is that created? Well, it's created from the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So, you look at the very top here, GV has won 7 races, TNON 3, etc. And you saw Lay's just won the last race, so that makes that completes the top 10. Now, this list could change. If some stock all of a sudden starts winning 2 or 3 races, it'll get rid of one of these. But the bottom line is now you have a list of stocks that you can concentrate on. Okay, because this is just automatically created for you. And again, made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So why are these stocks showing up? I right click and there's an option that says open top list window. I will do that. All races start from a top list window. Okay. So if I right click on this top list window, notice there's an option that says launch real time stock race. So that's why I'm saying you can create your own top list window with your own parameters. This is what I'm using. I right click and I click on configure and summary. This is what I want to see. Doesn't have to be what you want to see. But if the stock is between $1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, it'll be a stock on in this list. Okay. So before we had races, the way a person would use a top list window is, let's say you said, well, I want to find the stocks that are up the most today. Well, you can sort on any column header as long as you have the column header up here. You can sort on it. So I have C%, which is the change from yesterday's close. If I double left click, I can see that GV is up 200% from yesterday's close. Ray 39%, OB, etc. This is a ranked. I've just sorted on the ones I want to see the one at the very top all the way down. Okay. If I want to see the stock that is up the most from their opening trade of the day, do the same thing. As long as I have the column header, I can sort on it. So again, GV is also leading the charge, 180% from its opening trade of the day. Well, I mean, that's nice to know, I suppose. But what if some stock down here, AAOI, guys, I'm talking about that one. What if all of a sudden, right now it's up 5.8% from its opening trade of the day. What if all of a sudden it just started to move? Now it would be up 5, 6%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list. Well, obviously, impossible. I mean, it's a huge list of stocks that are here. How could you possibly see a stock that's moving up the list? Well, that's what the race does for you. You do not have to. The race doesn't care about whether a stock is near the high of the day, or the low of the day, up the most in the day, up the most from the open. All it cares about is, okay, in this list of stocks, what is moving the most since the race started? All it cares about. So look at XCH, and this is I wanted to bring this one up because I think this is the IPO from a couple of days ago. Yes. So there's XCH starting to move, 3.85%. SINT, 2.4%. Now, the way I would use the races, first of all, you don't have to wait for the race to be over in order to click on an alert. You see something moving or you see anything in the list, to be honest, just click on it, see what it's doing. Look at Wolf. Somebody says, wow, if it takes out the high of the day, this could get going. You'll put a price alert there. Or maybe it is pulled back. Let's take a look at PLCE. Looking for the VWAP is 1021. Okay, so you might be somebody who likes to watch stocks that go down, maybe hold the VWAP, act as support. So what did it do? Well, look what it did. I'm not saying now. Nobody is saying that just because it held the VWAP, which is at 1021, that could be a support level. Okay, went down into it. Maybe now it's going to bounce off it. If you were going to be a VWAP player, you want to test it, well, that's how you can test it. Take a trade and see how it works. You can put your stop just underneath the VWAP, things like that. So that's another way you can use this list just to check to see where stocks are. Stock that went a race earlier, where is it now? You guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. I'll take me about 5 minutes. What time is it now? 11 o'clock. Okay. Oops. I get that a little bit bigger. Okay, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. I'm assuming you took Cal on a bounce. Wow. Well, a lot of chop on the market now, guys. Look at this. So our float information for till, I know it was low, but I don't think it was that. Oh, 3 million. Okay. Yeah, 3 million. I mean, we're in the ballpark, which explains why it can do all these make these crazy moves up 30% again. All right, guys, 11:06. So I guess I'll better confirm. It'll be Steve taking over for me in about an hour. All right, guys, Omex is on the move. Yeah, Omex is on the move. I did not take this one, but looking left, 547. If you're into it, 547. If you took it, just over that five break, then it's got some room. 546. Boy, Viking is VIK, the cruise, River Cruiser has just had a great day. Nice, nice trend right here. But 32, wow, it's over that. So 33 was kind of the maybe the potential block. The next one is 33.31. So maybe it gets stalled there. You're talking about Jamie and our Jamie from Trade Ideas, John? John, this is not AGI. This is not a small one though. I mean, it normally when he takes a like 5, 10,000 shares or something, it's about a dollar stock. Okay, sorry guys. Time is it now? 10, 11:11. Okay, Steve just confirmed it will be him in our YouTube room when I take my break in about 50 minutes, 50 minutes. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I'm just you were John. You were talking about that. This is not the type of stock that Jamie would do. As a scalp play. I don't think anyway. Again, he specializes in more the cheaper ones, taking a lot of shares, maybe getting a 3 or 4 cent move. Yeah, no, but I think he was suggesting that this might be a scalp play for Jamie on AGI. I like it though. Alamos Gold, yeah, gold plays have been certainly in vogue today. Guys, I mentioned Kroger. I don't know what Kroger is doing, right? Well, if it made any sort of a move. Yeah, son of a another one. Kroger, I mentioned it in the pre-market. It had not done really anything in the pre-market. The only reason I mentioned it was because it was an earnings play, and we should watch it once the market opens. And look what happened. I just didn't pay attention to it, unfortunately, because that's a great move. Yeah, look at this market pop is right. Wow. So we are now. So the SPY now is up a couple of bucks. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, you guys are talking about OBLG now. Now, what if this GV? What do they do? Wow, I didn't see this in the pre-market at all. The reason why it didn't do anything in the pre-market. This is the opening 15-minute candle at 9:30, and it just roared up from there for some reason. Let's see if I'm just looking for some news on this one. Ah, well, that's big news. I wish I'd seen this one. Amazing, because it didn't do anything in the pre-market. That must have been announced right when the market opened or something. So the Saudis are backing Visionary with $120 million investment. big boost for AI education and real estate. One of the largest sovereign wealth funds. That's their PIF. Wow. Well, that's the reason. That is the reason for a big jump for GV. Low float, 1.9 million, Canadian company out of Toronto. Okay. No, I'd seen it. I had seen it. It was on the races and all, but I hadn't really paid attention to it because I didn't see it in the pre-market, so I wasn't paying that much attention to it, even though I saw it on the races moving higher. But now this could be, what's the high looking left? So what did it get to? It got up to 671. The high right there is 681. This could be one of those later on in the day, guys. Okay, especially if it kind of bases just a little bit and maybe has that pop at the end of the day. I mean, that is a massive press release. Well, I have another 40 minutes or so, guys, before I do take off. The high for this is another one that could have that late day run also. OBLG. Now I had a big pullback, 567 all the way down to 359. That is a big percentage pullback, but maybe, just maybe, later on in the day. What a bunch of nonsense this one was. JBDI, look at that, up to 30, cutting almost two-thirds. Oh, Grumpy, nothing you do ticks me off because I don't pay attention to you. So how would I even know? Harsh. Um, I want to check. There is a stock. I'm trying to want to see if it gets up. Hmm. There's something I've got a price alert on that I'm trying to find, and it was an IPO. And I thought I had it somewhere here. It's not triggered. I don't think it might. Maybe it is. Yeah, I guess it is the XCH. I think it is the XCH. It hasn't triggered yet. There's the high up here. CRVS is on the move. I see this one in many places. CRVS is on the move. All right. So what could this do? 5 number one is a tough one maybe to get through. CRVS. I don't see any resistance on the weekly chart that I can quickly see. So let's go to my monthly chart. Wow. Where does this one? I don't think it did reverse splits. It's a pretty large float. I don't think it did reverse splits. So the next high in a monthly chart is up here at around 529. Little bit of room. Little bit of room. So OBLG guys just made a new high. Just made a new high, and I mean this could. I'm gonna have to back this. I get a weekly chart up to see where it could go. Yeah, so on the next high in the weekly chart is 638. So there is some room on the weekly chart where it could go before it hits that high in the weekly chart anyway. So this EGIO had a horrible, well, it's trying to come back. That's right. Trying to come back. Got hammered down. It was $11 not that long ago. Got down to 55 cents. Wow. I don't remember them they're doing a financing perhaps, but I think there was more to it than that. Must have had some bad news, whatever drug they've got. Ah, it's not a bio. So I don't know what happened here. Bankrupt? Okay, thank you, John. So for Chapter 11, EGIO. So Chapter 11 is of course, they can emerge from bankruptcy at some point. It's not the complete and utter folding of the company, but hey guys, again, I'll be right back. Boy, Viridian made another new high, guys. This has just been another bio just on a roll. Not that long ago, this was a $13 stock, 21.84 now. It's only a few days ago, and just continues to move. Had news on this day, and it's just been continuing to move higher and higher. All right, this one is sort of coming back. This had a big few days. The BOF, Branch Out Foods, had a big few days, and now trying to make a little bit of a move here. What is my 3 minute? Whoa, ENLV guys, this is on the move here. Big pop now. A lot of volume coming in. Well, a lot of volume. There was hardly any to start. It's only 151,000 shares right now. And that, boy, it almost looks like this is going to get halted, but look at this daily chart on this ENL. Yeah, I mean, just basing for the longest time here. Look at this weekly chart. Something happened. ENLV, something happened. Now, something happened here, of course, to drop it, but for many, many, many weeks, it was doing absolutely zip. So this is having a bit of a surge here. See if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news on this one, ENLV, but okay, guys. So Love pulled back a little bit here. Now the little buy signal right there for Love, LOVE, little buy flag right there. I haven't talked about this at all today. Maybe in the afternoon when I come back from my break. I have about half an hour left. Yeah, see, the spread is again, not great. 26.10, 26.26, not great. Thank you, Rich. Okay. Oh, it's July 23rd. Well, okay. Not definitely delayed reaction. All right, guy. FSP. Let's see what's happening with FSP. It just showed up on the momentum scanner. Yeah, I'm not in love with this one. Too much resistance, in my opinion, between the current price and $1.80. So forget about that one. All right, guys. I'll be right back again. All right, guys. I'm back. I don't understand what you mean. Things to do in our YouTube room. To the management, put your show into the Trader ID platform, so I don't have to waste another space on my screen. Don't know what you mean. Not sure I know what you mean. Sorry. You were talking about. I mean, you're in YouTube, okay, and then I there's another trading room, and that's third. It's a third party that we're using for the trading room, and we're using YouTube for this. So I don't know what you mean. Put the show into the Trader ID platform. No, it's never going to happen. Sorry. I mean, you can open. You know, I mean, obviously, you can open from the channel bar, dock channel bar. I think YouTube is somewhere here, but no, it's just not going to happen. Sorry. It's always going to be outside. It's always going to be outside of trade ideas. Sorry. Well, I don't know about the work. I don't know what would go what's involved, but as Pepe says, and I'll trust him, it'll never happen. Well, guys, I'm just kind of biding my time with this Lay's. I want to see if it has any sort of a pop. The spread has been driving me crazy, but I'm not going to give up on it completely. Oh, okay, good, Steve. Yeah, so you had to right click and use browser interface. Hmm, guys, I've got some stuff happening on my headset, so just give me a moment, okay? Son of a gun. Was I on mute the whole time when I was telling you about Go No Go? Things to do in Hawaii? Well, I'll just repeat myself. I think I was on mute. Sorry. So again, anybody's interested in Go No Go. Okay, thank you, William. Anybody interested in Go No Go? Number one is you click on New from the toolbar, click on Dock Channel Bar, and then here is the channel. Okay, so if you subscribe to Go No Go, you're using it from within Trade Ideas. Okay, it is an add-on. The reason it's an add-on and it's $50 a month, first month 15% off using my promo code, is because this is not our technology. We're licensing from the people who created Go No Go. So before anybody wants Go No Go though, or thinking about it, what you should do is click on the channel, and then you'll see there's a couple of videos right here, which explain a little bit about what Go No Go is all about, and also in text what the color transitions are trying to tell you. Okay, so that's the first thing. Don't just take the program without knowing anything about it. And the reason why we are charging is because this is not our technology. Okay, it's the people who created the Go No Go charts. It's their technology, so of course we have to pay that for them. But what we've also tried to do is give some value added by creating all these scans. Okay, these scans here these are all more swing trading scans on the long side and on the short side. Okay, and so when you click now, what the first thing you'll notice when you click on the channel, I'll do it again. So when you click on the channel, these charts are obviously not the Go No Go charts. These are just normal bar charts, okay? And so you have to click on one of the symbols that you see here. That should turn it into a Go No Go chart. Now, this gets confusing because you should be on version 0.95, okay, 5.6, 5.6.95. If you click on New, I'm sorry, Help, and then About, and that'll tell you the version you're on, and you should be on version 5.6.95. If you go to my homepage, click on my homepage link, at the very top, I think right, there's a download, and then you just download the beta. Okay, it's the beta. Now that should allow you that once you click on this, it should turn them into the Go No Go charts. If for some reason it doesn't, then right click and get rid of the use browser interface. And that should definitely turn them into the Go No Go charts. Okay. Now, the other thing we've done is we've got a couple of intraday scans that you can use. Okay, and that's what I'm playing around with also. So we tried to add some value, not just the charts, but also the scans. Ah, okay. You have to have a certain size for sure. Link to my page is, well, the version. Okay, I think you're just asking. Oops, just give me a moment. No, you don't have to delete it. I mean, our development crew would probably say it's a good idea to delete it, but I used to years and years ago, and I've never deleted them. Probably Pepe is having a fit, but I haven't deleted the old version for years now. So there's my homepage link. So when you click on it, so when you click on it, right here, right at the top here is the download. Okay, so if you click on download, and here's download the beta, and that'll get you into the beta, of course. Okay, and all the work you've done, if you download a new version of Trade Ideas, first of all, make sure everything is saved to the cloud. You should always do that anyway. You can save your layout to your local computer, though, also. It'll all still be there, even though you delete or even though you are adding a new. Thank you, Pepe. Julio used to always tell me to delete the old version, but okay, so the installer does that for you. Cool. Well, guys, I mean, Egio still has room. I mean, obviously, it still has some room. $3 is the next high. 296 or so is the next high looking left. Like very low float. 150 is a key level to get through, I think. 50 cents for me, or is that level for stocks under $5 can act as a bit of a block. So far, no. So far, no, guys. So that 150 was a minor block for EGIO. What's the market doing? The market is still kind of chopping around. Very different from the last 2 days where we had a market straight down and then straight up, big V shape. Wow, you were right. Um, Draw. You were right about TIL. You said, I don't know where it was, probably about $38. And you said, TIL wants 40. Well, it's the beta. Okay, it's the beta. So again, click on my homepage link again. Okay, it's the beta. Sorry, download. Click on the download right here. Beta. No, not the. Okay, download the beta. Okay, I'm talking the things to do in Hawaii. I don't know why it's a beta still. I mean, I honestly don't know. I mean, developers they had their druthers. They'd never release anything, right, Pepe? All right, guys. So it's 11:51, getting close to my break. Steve is going to show up fairly soon. So what I'm going to do, I'll wait. Of course, I could never see any news on TNON engineer. I think somebody might have posted something a long time ago in the room, but I don't remember what it was. Well, I hate to see that engineer. You're saying you've well, okay. I guess I should do this more often, but you didn't have a stop, obviously, right? Yeah. Well, I feel sorry for you, but hopefully that's a harsh lesson that you will always have a stop. Yeah. Even if there's news, it doesn't matter if there's news, engineer. I mean, you could have the greatest news in the world. Doesn't mean it's going to keep going. Okay. I'm talking any stock. So even if a stock's not great news, doesn't mean, well, I don't want to have a stop because it's just going to keep going higher. We've all been there. Believe me, we've all anybody who says they haven't been hit hard on a trade in their past is, well, I won't say lying, but then they've got a selective memory. Wow, guys. I mean, again, that next high is right up here at 768. Well, on the weekly, that is it. But 287, $3. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So now, before I go, I want to put the YouTube link into the room so you guys can head over and listen to Steve while I'm on my break. I know that's a rhetorical question, things to do. Well, kind of getting back into the swing of things with the low floaters again. I was really just wanting to concentrate on the large cappers, but there's too much exciting action with these low floaters still. And speaking of which, TBIO, yes. So I mean, doesn't that look like EGIO? I mean, really? I mean, there's not the same news. Don't get me wrong, but doesn't it look like? I mean, when you look at EGIO, you see the big gap down, and then you look at TBIO, the big gap down. I don't know if there's any news on TBIO. PKC just got halted on the way. I can't tell. Oh, because of news. Okay. It's not a volatility halt. This is news pending. Now, this is a Turkish company. Ooh, Steve, if you're, hmm, I don't have my headset on, so I'm not, just give me a moment. Wow, EGIO guys, now it is through two. Through two. So how many alerts or how people say, well, where could I've seen it? Well, Momo, here and here. And there are probably others if you have scans that have anything to do with momentum. Give me a moment, guys. I don't understand what you mean. You downloaded the beta, but still not loading up the beta version. Don't know what you mean by that exactly. Things to do. You know why? Steve might be able to help you. I'm going to be taking off very soon. Just waiting for him to show up. I don't know what you mean. Oh, well, you got to go to the dock channel bar. Click on new, and it's in the docked channel bar. Okay, docked, not the channel bar, the dock channel bar. Pet peeve of mine that we still have that other channel bar up and running, but okay. So it's docked channel bar. All right, I think I just heard a little pop, so I think Steve is in our YouTube room right now. So guys, in our main room, I'm going to take off now. We'll see you in about an hour. And now I can welcome Mr. Steve Gomez into our, do I pronounce that last name right?
It's funny. It's from what I heard, the family was from Portugal. It wasn't S, so that'd be like Gomez. But then somebody along the way changed it to a Z, so just Gomez.
Okay. You remember Davy? Well, we used to call him Davy Lopes. Remember him?
Oh yeah,
and never realizing it's really Davy Lopez. Okay.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Everybody called him Davy Lopez. Yeah. Are you there? Oops.
There you go. A little bit of trivia for you.
Yeah, there we go.
But he was Hispanic or something. I don't know where he was from, but I think it might have been from Puerto Rico. But it was, well, who knew back then? It just was Davy Lopes.
That's what I always remember was Davy Lopes. That's what they said on TV.
Exactly. All right, Steve, I got to take off. I'm trying to get into this, or I have to watch this trade I'm in very closely, as it's very, very active. So I better.
Which one might that be?
This is EGIO. EGIO.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Right. Good luck.
Okay. Yeah. Good luck. Well, I've been in and out a couple of times, so I'm just trying to test to see where I'm going to get out now. Or if I can get up to 3 or something. Okay, Steve. Yes, I'll talk to you in about an hour. I'll try to get to you about 5:02. Give you a break. Right. Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
All right. Hey, everybody. Sorry, I was reading a question. Let me just open up my trade ideas here and show you on. Somebody's asking about go, no go on the pricing. If I can get it to go. Here we go. All right, I'll bring that over. And the way in which you sign up for it, you just got to scroll down here to our sub add-on products. And so you can click on there, and a VWAP would be the same thing. So this is the pricing page. What was the process on getting the go, no go subscription? I assume that is the question you've got. And then, so once you've signed up, okay, hang on a second. I got it. Okay, once you've signed up, you can just, the easiest thing to do is open up a docked channel bar. And this gives you the ability to have a workspace kind of separate from the others. And then you can see the go, no go charts. You've got to have the latest version of trade ideas. This window pops up as well over on the other screen, but very important to click into that and learn more about it, watch the videos. And you'll notice, where's the colors? Well, the way in which it's coded, you have to start it. You have to kickstart it by clicking a symbol. There you go. There's our symbol click. Meta currently in the green stage. So that's the best way to load it. However you want to use it is up to you. Meaning the time frame that you want and such. Hopefully that's what you were asking for. All right. So I told Andy this morning, we might want to watch AI. Hey, Patrick, yeah. get to that. Before I forget, though, might want to watch AI. Why? Because ChatGPT, OpenAI, that owns ChatGPT, basically wants a round of funding. And when you round of funding, you need to evaluate. The valuation is $150 billion, which makes me wonder now, what the hell is Grok worth over on X? So AI is, it's a great name, C3 AI. This is a different company, but, they specialize in enterprise solutions. But same concept, same technology. And this is why, everybody, this is why NVIDIA chips are so in play. One of the reasons, not just mining of Bitcoin, but these AI farms require a lot of processing power. And then when I say power, how about those NNE and SMR stocks I was talking about? Well, NNE is the first of the two, and ran right smack into the 50s. So this is not a buy here. I actually bought some in my other account, but I never chased the rest. But speaking of chase, SMR is the second of the two, and I've been waiting since here yesterday for a pullback. See that blue line? That was an actual limit order. I thought maybe I'm going to get filled on a limit. I just wanted in on a brief pullback on SMR, which is, again, nanonuclear scale technology. It allows these data farms, you see them, they're building them like crazy. How do you power these things? You can't just tap into the existing an electric grid is what I'm trying to say. So you can't build a nuclear power plant nearby. That's going to take you 10, 12 years. But what you can do is dig a hole in the ground, get some permits, and pretty quickly, and relatively speaking quickly, drop in a modular nuclear reactor. And that's what SMR is, new scale power. That's what NNE is, nanonuclear. Those are two stocks I think you need to keep your eye on. So what did I do? I don't want to miss this thing. I think it's breaking out. What it's probably going to do is what I've said is that bird in the hand I've talked about. Well, once it breaks a downtrend or tries to, it kind of does this for a couple of days. So I'm willing to jump in with 1/3 size. I entered just about an hour ago right there. I'm not going to get the price I want. NNE, I kept going to highs. I believe SMR is a SPAC. People can investigate that on their own if they want. But the point is these two stocks, there's another one, OKLO, I think, but that chart doesn't really confirm the story. But I do have my eye on this, and I'll maybe put an alert in there just to see, if SMR and NNE start kicking butt, development of fission reactors, clean energy, fast fission power plants. Okay, so those are the three stocks: NNE, SMR, and OKLO. These are the ones I'm keeping an eye on. So kind of a quick little sermon on why I decided to just chase SMR. But as a trader, the lesson here is I only jumped into 1/3 because I'm sure I'm going to be able to kind of establish a base position, as SMR probably is just going to chop around sideways here. And I'm willing to use the pullbacks. In other words, I just want to get my teeth into it. So I've got 1/3 risk on the table in SMR, where I have NNE in another account that's doing very well. So I kind of wanted to have them both. Anyway, Patrick, let's talk about mining. They got strong yesterday. I took FSM home yesterday, and I sold just under this. So I had a 1.5-day trade. I was writing all this, rode this, and took it right up here. Nice trade. It was exactly what I wanted. Big fat one, because if I get greedy up here at this 50, you just wind up tying up capital and just getting a mess. So I like to just get a nice clean shot. I took my shot. Whether or not these guys are going to follow through, you and I both know, Patrick, that it's like Charlie Brown on the football. You look at these charts, they've just been a mess. So good start. Pause is having a good day. PSLV having the commodities having a good day. Pretty solid, actually. Silver's breaking out. Maybe there's a change of winds here. Yeah, CDE was one I was watching too, but that's still strong, isn't it? Very nice. Yeah. You know what? I'd be a seller right here, probably. That's just me. Look at this. Bang and bang and bang. So it's probably just going to bleed through here and start to get a little choppy. I'd be just perfectly happy with that and book that trade and turn it into cash. Because if you guys know, I mostly trade out of my retirement account, 401k, but we've gone to a T+1. So it's like you sell a stock at 5 minutes to the close, you've freed up that cash for the open the next day. And that's really nice. It's changed the way I've been trading. I've been trading much more actively, because before I'd be like, God, do I really want to lock up this capital for 3 days, and wait? So it used to affect my decision making. So I'm in AI. I was kind of started with that and got sidetracked with Andy. And I noticed the GPT AI valuation. I think this is going to be a catalyst that might help this thing. 25% short. That keeps me in this trade. And Andy was funny. He said, I got to sell half. And I said, well, I'm willing to sit through the first pullback to see if we can get up and test again the 10 SMA. And if we blast through this 10 SMA, well, then the 20 SMA is clearly in play. I kind of like the way it reacted after earnings. You see the gap down. It didn't gap down and trade lower. It gapped down and was bought back. So you had a lot of inside buying saying, I'll take this stock at these levels. The stock's on sale. And then you had that 4 days of sideways action. Sideways action is good. Burns off something that is essentially consolidating over time versus price. Just tells you the bidders are in there holding that thing up. So all of that coming into that news yesterday of OpenAI getting 150 billion valuation, I just thought that maybe there might be a lot of money picking over some of these AI related stocks. And I let the price charts tell me, what does BBAI think about all this news? Let's zoom out a little bit. There we go. What does CXAI think about all this? Eesh, pretty ugly. Very ugly on the 15-minute too. Look at the 5-day chart is just crushing it. But what you could do is go, hey, maybe it's just slow to figure things out. I'll create a price alert right here. And if this thing blasts through with an increase in volume, maybe it's starting to pick up on that AI play. I don't know. But we got to wait for price to confirm. SoundCloud is another one. Hanging in there. Now it's kind of getting tangled up. But for now, AI, I think my mission in this thing, I think, is to get, actually, I've got a standing order right now to sell half. You see this gap right here? It's around 22.90. So I have a standing order to sell half. Maybe it's a third at that gap. And then I'm also going to be watching for sellers here at this level. So that's really just my play, a day and a half. It might take it tomorrow too, but a day and a half is really my bread and butter time. Yeah, that 30 level. Something's going on, Patrick. It feels like things are percolating out there in a gold and silver land again. Let's take a look at gold. We haven't looked at that yet. Very strong. Coming out of a strong wedge pennant right above the 20. That's clean. So this is significant. Is this a breakaway gap? Probably. Very well could be. Just like we looked at silver. Finally, silver's digging itself out of the moving average nets. So yeah, I've got my eye on maybe buying some weakness in some of these plays. I'm certainly not going to chase a day and a half, 2-day move like this. AAG is perfectly hitting the 50. Now, I'm not going to short something like this, because ideally what it might do is it just might, like I said, a couple days sideways. Then you anticipate maybe an explosive move higher. CDE, same thing. It's above its moving averages, but it's at that pivot level for sure. Maybe it's got one more last gasp in it and it wants to come and test 681. But I wouldn't be buying this type of chart, you guys. This is rookie move. This is chasing the herd. And when you chase the herd, you're going to get trampled. Let's look at the markets in general. It's very hard to short, though. I have nothing short exposed, no intention of shorting the market. It's just too hard. There's no reason to. I've tried a couple of times, like back here. This was looking ugly and had a couple of short ideas, but they pretty much turned around on me, and I flat traded them. I didn't get anything out of them. I think I talked last week about using the the Drexion reverse ETFs like AAPD for Apple. Come on. There we go. Just can't get out of its way. You want it to go up for a short. The Tesla, I think I talked about that one. This is the short Tesla. I should be looking at the longs. These Teslas looking good. And by the way, I did the podcast with Michael and I kind of reversed my stance on the whole backdrop of Tesla. I don't see them as a car company anymore. I see them as an AI company, and they should be probably the gorilla of AI. Elon Musk, he's probably going to do it right. He's already doing it well with Grok. But what's happening is, for those that don't know, remember I just said they're building giant data centers, well, not only for AI, but for Bitcoin mining and all the stuff. There's just a tremendous demand for that stuff right now. We're hitting into the fourth industrial revolution with this stuff. So Elon, basically, when you buy a Tesla, you've signed away your ability, I believe, to allow them to upload your data to make the experience and the product and the software better. I think most Tesla users are cool with that. So the car sees what you're driving. It's not watching you inside, but for all I know. But it sees where you're driving, and it's watching people. It's watching people stop, strollers, people look. It's observing people, and it's learning people's nonverbal natural behavior. And why is it doing that? Well, it's going to take that data and shove it into this giant, look it up, Google it, the giant giga center that Elon just built to process this Tesla vehicle AI mainframe. And then, if you've also heard, Elon is building 24/7. I've seen stories of people saying they're contractors. They've never seen a work schedule grind and slave drive this hard 24/7, 7 days a week, 12-hour shifts. These robots are being built. You've probably seen the videos where the robot's standing there talking to you as it's folding laundry, multitasking. Well, these are the robots that Tesla is building. And the AI that the cars are collecting is going to be the brains and the knowledge that's thrown in them. And we're probably not going to recognize much about this world 5 years from now. It's going to be crazy. So, tangent on Tesla. Can't short this market is where I was starting with SPY. Again, they just keep buying the financials. They look like death back here. That giant puke was pretty much bought right back at the 50. And so now with these XLF financials, they need to see is, here's our 5-day moving average. Perfect. Bulls need to see that. And until then, XLF, the financials are still the weak link of what's happening out there. What's going on here? Why am I not getting any short squeezes? That's odd. There we go. Okay, so AI. Oh, I bought another position too. And this is a long-term. This is not going to be a day and a halfer. This is Kodak. Kind of like the story. I think they're repositioning themselves to be a domestic manufacturer. I don't think we liked the position we were in when all of our generic drugs and our chlorine and a lot of other stuff was coming from overseas. So Kodak is a perfect position. They're like a DuPont, to turn around and become a, chemical or a new world, since they're retooling, maybe they'll retool in the right direction and reinvent themselves. But the point being is the price tells me to look at this range, and this range is sitting right there at the 200-day with a nice little reversal wick yesterday after kissing the 200-day. So that to me is a contrarian entry. I bought it midday this morning. Here's our switch to the intraday. And obviously, what do we need? The first thing to recapture. And I think we can do it. Look at that. Reverse head and shoulders on the 15. And now here's our battlefront right there. I'm guessing we're going to get that. And if we do, I might add to it a little bit. Because when you take these types of entries, you don't plunge in full direction. It's wise to get in a little bit and then add to it once you get confirmation, which in my case would be the resolution of this pinch that's coming up here. If I'm wrong, well, I can get out and my loss is minimal. And that's because I'm being contrarian versus chasing green bars up here. I haven't looked at the IWM yet. Interesting. Look at how my moving averages come to play. This is a great example of why I only use these two moving averages. Quickly, I'll show you this. Look at that. Here's the 10. Here's our pinch play. How does the pinch resolve? It resolved overnight and held and still holding. So small caps are doing well. Andy just told me there's a big volume bar in AI. There it is. And there it goes. When I see these plays, like, okay, what is this volume all about? How significant is this volume? Well, over the course of 5 minutes, we're doing 5 times normal volume. That's good. Relative volume is 1.5 times normal. So there's something going on here. Maybe my theory of money trying to be put to work in the AI space is happening. Maybe I might be wise to not let this one go so quick. NNE holding up. And SMR is holding up. I'm glad I got in and put my teeth into it so I could at least ride some of it. But I will probably work this thing over the next few days. Again, I like these stocks fundamentally, so it's not like I'm just trying to hitch a ride to some momentum random name. What else do I own? Right before I came on, Patrick, you're going to like this one. I noticed HYMC was running to highs. And in the back of my mind, of course, I've seen all these silver stocks running to highs. And HYMC is that stock that AMC invested, I believe it was AMC, in a silver mine. So they're a pretty substantial investor in Highcroft Mining, American company. And I think they're in Nevada. Yes, Nevada, which is good. But they get beat up because I think they're associated with AMC. So I saw a little interest coming in, and I bought a pullback on the bid at 15 cents. So I'm in that one. And this one, as I'm thinking, just could be a ridiculous, short squeeze, catch up. Maybe I get, a day or two out of that. And that's all I want out of this thing. But it's a sympathy, well, I'll call it a third tier play. It's not even a second tier, a third tier. Pause is your tier one. The one I was in was more like tier two. And of course, I still have beat Patrick. As long as it stays above the 200 day. I'll get out if it closes below the 200. Okay, so if we zoom in, feel like this is the hardest part too, you guys. This part right here is like looking at your open P&L pullback, and you're like, why didn't I just sell up here? Well, this is why you have to understand what's your time frame. And I understood that when I took this trade, my time frame wasn't to sell the third green candle. The time frame was to let it settle in and prove to me and give me confidence that the buyers will step in and hold it and then push it back to highs. And so in doing so, we are now handily above what has been holding this thing back, the 10 SMA. But if you look back here, the 20 SMA also came into play. So now we have this gap fill. As you know, I'm offering 90 cents, which is 45 cents away. And I'll probably sell another third up here at the 20 day. And that's when you can leave the final third to participate. I'm sure many of you who trade live have felt bad about getting out too soon, and you watch it just keep doing that. And you're like, why didn't I get out? Well, you remember the last time you didn't get out and it pulled back. So the only way to beat that scenario is to leg in and leg out, scale in and scale out, sell some to feel good, keep some to feel good. And there you have it. That's swing trading. Barry does something completely different and effectively. Well, it's 23 minutes of rambling. Whatever you guys want to talk about. I mean, I forgot to mention, if there's somebody here who needs help, Usually we send users in to this room for the midday help because we can give you the attention that you need. So if somebody was sent here, you get priority. If not, I can look at charts. Don't be shy. I can let you know what I think about a chart or a sector. Trade of the week I am not in, unfortunately. I can't give you a reason why. I might not have had buying power that day. I don't know. Come on. There we go. And it's working. You missed the concept of the video. The concept is we're in a inflationary and soon to be recessionary environment. People are both buying and selling to raise money and save money on eBay, which just in turn drives more fees to eBay. So look at that chart. I think that's probably one of the new recessionary charts. All right. HYMC. You know what I might do? If it keeps working like this, I might put a bid in to add some more. I don't know. I'll wait for a pullback and see. Hello, Veronica. How do you scan for swings? Well, does the scanner give you swing trades as well, momentum stocks? So for this one, we'll go to, again, new docked channel bar. And this is where you can find the theme-based ideas. So I won't take you to the add-on services, which is anchored VWAP and Go No Go, because those still kind of require you to know what you're looking for. But what you can look at is the strength alerts. Where are they? I might have to. Let's see, swing picks. Is this it? Second. Yes, TI strength. Okay. So why is this called TI strength? And it's called swing picks on the channel bar. Right. And here is the scan down here. Excuse me. This is Michael. Michael Noss created these. Basically, it's kind of an algorithm which just says, show me stocks that are strong compared to the rest of the market. This LTH daily chart, this thing has not given way. And look at today, it's breaking out again. So these are swing trading ideas. Basically, Veronica, there's nothing that's going to pop up and say, buy this now for a swing trade. The swing trade presentations are more general. And the intraday day trading stuff is, the new highs, new lows, and monitoring in real time. So I recommend this. Again, this is under new dock channel bar, and then just go to show more at the bottom, and you'll find what's called the swing trade, obviously. And every name on here will be ideas that are strong. You're not picking bottoms like I am. You're doing more advanced things. You're just kind of keeping yourself out of trouble by keeping focus of these names that are strong. Now, I disagree with this name. I would clarify, when you see a name that has two big green candles like that, it doesn't necessarily mean jump in and buy it here, Veronica. Maybe you wait for this 10 SMA and you keep it on your radar. And if it does that, this is the area of interest. So it's just giving you a list of names. The second concept, which is still the same concept, is the AI. Now, if you're a premium subscriber on the AI, you can open that channel. Where'd it go? Trade. And we right click and we say show long-term menu trades. So all this is, as I mentioned, they were triggered in real time, like these names up here. Gee, I love these. These are all coming to life. Ideas to analyze. Yes, that's a good way to put it. But again, we'll The AI right here, this set of names right here is in real time. And so if you have the premium, you can accept this idea OBLG in real time. You're above it. But now what I'm saying is the people who use the AI best are the ones who use it for the entry. And then you as a human say, thanks, AI, I'll take it from here. Because the exit reason, the AI is usually going to protect itself, and it's based on statistical historical analysis. Whereas we can just use something simple, like I try to teach everybody, the 15-minute chart with a 10 SMA. It's above that line. As long as it's above that line, it's in motion and it's in momentum. We've got 2 wicks right here. It's battling at the moment. And here's the rule. We got 1 minute. Once the chart closes on a 15-minute chart, if it's above, stay in. If it closes below, get out. So you can see if it closed right here, which it will in 10 seconds, wick and wick. Those 2 are kind of designed to shake out the weak hands. And so I've come up with this method and this time frame to kind of weed out the noise. Boom, there we go. So we're still in. Oh, nice. Well, for the moment, our rule is intact. So OBLG is giving you real-time ideas. Let's see how the others look. And if we apply these strategies, the 10 SMA, there's the blue line entry. Well, technically there's a red signal candle. Maybe it's not going to do much from here. So it just might signal that it's getting a little bit wishy-washy. Here's a short side. Well, the entry is there. Let's talk about the inverse of this, shall we? I like this trade a lot. Remember, guys, I said, don't be the buyer that chases this stuff. Well, the AI is now a seller that is selling this stuff. What's the first order of business? Get the dang price below this strong momentum line. So now we're using the opposite side of this. And so you're hoping for that. So my point is here, Veronica, and everybody else that uses AI, the value is in the entry on the intraday stuff, and the human being can process information and manage the trade and get better results. Better. Now, down here, all these are names that were prior on here. And a lot of times they're on here for a reason. They've got a volume breakout. Something's happening. So what you can do is you can cycle through these tags, and there's buys and sells, longs and shorts, that just kind of say, hey, these are still charts that you might want to keep an eye on. Here's this Chewy. Okay, that's a name that's in the news lately. Well, showing us that it was a buy back here, fell back a little bit, but now it's in play again. So that's the answer to your question, and anybody else, Veronica, that's looking for swing trade ideas. Hello, Peter. What's my impression of TIL? It's very extended. However, just what I was talking about. It's good timing, Peter. Look at all of the momentum that's been holding, except for right here, back in play today on the open. Now, this is going to become our very first test of the day. When I look at this, I think there's a pretty good likelihood that we could see a break of this. Now, there are short sellers who are out there right now salivating, and they're probably establishing just minimal entries, just scaling in shortly. And the minute they sense blood, like my rule of the first closing candle below the rising 10 SMA, that can be on the inverse a strategy in and of itself to go short and then add to it and pile on. I don't really like to play that game because there are days when you can really get burned, but that's what I think of it. So, if you're asking me, should you buy that here, Peter? No way. If you're asking me, should I short that here? Well, that's an expert's game, and a lot of people are good at that kind of thing. You might not even be able to find shares available, but to me, it's extended, and I would be watching this. All you have to do is watch this for the cue. What's going to happen here? All right. How's my AI doing? It's still holding. All right. Hello. Anatopoulos GV retraced to the 200. So did you see earlier when Anatopoulos, I'm buying Kodak off of the 200-day support. So let's see what GV looks like. Visionary Holdings. Is that the one retraced to the 200? Are you talking like 200 on a 15-minute chart? If so, I don't have that. Here's what we can do on something like this. We can go, first off, let's turn this off. Trade with. Let's go to time frame 15 minutes maybe. And we'll do an anchored VWAP off of this open. And it broke that on that first red candle. On the 1 minute, okay. I've never used a 200-day on the 1 minute, but let's see. So all we'd have to do is just add that indicator. And I'm not by any means dismissing this. I just want to line it up and see how it looks, because it doesn't matter what you use as long as it works. Let's see how a 1 minute 200 SMA looks. And you're right. So it's got that forcing the issue look. This is kind of like what my 5-day moving average looks like on a 15-minute chart. It starts to force the hand. So that's an interesting perspective that you're using there, and there's nothing wrong with it. Looking at that, obviously, we could say, you know, it looks like 476 is the area that needs to hold there. It's held 3 times. Mankind. That was Brian Shannon's call. Oh boy, that's interesting. Look at that. I hate taking pharmaceuticals home. Biopharmaceutical. Endocrine and orphan lung diseases. Yeah, it's a beautiful chart. It really is. However, when I look at charts like this, I kind of notice the personality of it. Spike, 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 spike. So when I see those spiky charts, I try not to get too excited about seeing breakouts midday, because it could just as easily turn into another spike. And the other strike against it is I'm not good with pharma and bio, because those are usually just day trades. Here's what I'm going to do on this HYMC. I'm going to pop in a price alert. And if it comes back, I'll take it. Maybe about there. I'll eyeball it, something like that. I might consider adding to that. I don't like to add right here. I was just telling you guys how on the daily, I hate to chase daily bars. Well, same thing on a 15-minute. I don't want to chase 15-minute bars. I'd rather get my price. Scaling in and scaling out. Curiously, I'm sure it looks the same. I don't know why it wouldn't. GV on that 1 minute. What anchored VWAP would look like? It's probably going to be the same thing. Yeah, same level. And when we do that, look, there is some correlation there. Look at how the buyers tried to hold that VWAP from the open on a 1 minute chart. And a little sloppy here, pretty solid there. You can, if you can't see it, there's a wick that held one time and then it all broke right there. So now you've got this kind of pinch play, I would say. I'd be watching this pinch play. And you probably don't want to see a couple of trades below or a couple of candles close below that 200-day that you're watching, because I can see what you're looking at, and there's nothing wrong with it. Boy, big head fake from yesterday in the SPYs. We're entering that area here. Second day in a row where the SPYs are roughly stuck. Ooh, is it breaking down? Now, see, I don't know. Let me look at TIL in my. It's probably a nasty spread. Not too bad. Oh yeah, it's a horrible spread. It's about $1 spread. Um, let me see. I see it on hard to borrow. Ah, so it's not on the hard to borrow list, which is interesting. But I'll be damned if I feel like playing a dollar wide spread that has 3 million in the float. I'm just not in the mood. If I wanted to, I wonder if they'd tell me it's hard to borrow. Oh, let me try that again. Sure, I'm not allowed on account. Oh, yeah, that's right. It doesn't look like it's hard to borrow. Yeah, it's 50 cents now, 38.50 by 39. I was trying to offer 38.99 just to see, but I forgot I'm doing it in an account that doesn't allow shorting. I have to go to another account to do that and those things. But let's see, what do we got? 5 minutes. If somebody loves playing the action, that's certainly it. All right. Still a 50-cent spread. Um, yeah, it's obviously a fun one to watch. All right, guys. What do we got? Oh, about 12 more minutes, 15 more minutes or so. Mr. Barry will be back. And Annie, back to the nuclear. So a lot of times stocks like to get to their destination before they reverse, and we're still a little bit of white space there. We'll call it 1370. Let's do this. Let's move this since it cleared that level. See, I use these price alerts as levels of interest. They just kind of tickle me and let me know, hey, it just hit the 50. And in SMR, the stock that I can't get to pull back, there's a lot of space, but I think this one, same type of company, I think this one just might do this for a couple days. Now you got me fascinated with this one. Yeah, that could be the signal candle right there if it closes below. And imagine being in as a trader down here at 20 and you're like, oh man, I really want to take profits before everybody else does. That's why you can make money quickly on those down moves. And as traders, we all love trying to make the most amount of money in the least amount of time, because that means we have the least amount of angst and pain and don't have to make a lot of decisions. So we all chase that quick move. We like to. And these are the moves that can guarantee a quick move if you get it, because everybody panics at once. Fear is 10 times stronger than greed. New high for AI. MindMed. MindMed trying to reverse. Another one of my kind of favorite story stocks. Anti-pharmaceutical, psychedelic stocks, but it's below the 50, below the 200. This is the kind of thing I would consider maybe grabbing to sit with for a while. Actually, there's another account I might want to buy that in. A long-term account. I kind of like this here. Seems I've been waiting and waiting and waiting, and it seems like it might be trying to finally do something. All right. Looks like I got it. 617. Long-term account. Why? Well, again, I love this. I love this story. There's a lot of fun back here as a trading stock, and then it broke. Same thing. Signal candle on the daily chart. Once it breaks that 10 and that 20, you're just fighting upstream trying to buy dips in that environment. Then look what happened. It found its 50. And I thought, oh, here we go again. I think I participated, but then once it broke that 50, it just couldn't get back above. And this is where I just kind of wrote it off and said, just let it go. And then I might have been, I think I was playing it again back here, but very short-lived. And then once I saw this and this, let's watch it at the 200 and see if it can bounce at the 200. And then I said, all right, really not interested. But now it's kind of cleaned out a lot of levels. And if I move that up, we can see it's kind of tested this 550 level a couple times. But now what's it doing? It's peeking its head up above the 10 and the 20 on the same day. So a little early, but this is the kind of thing. Let's look at it on the weekly that I just kind of thing I like to sit with for a while. Look at where it once was. Wow. Okay, let's zoom in. Not bad. It's showing some nice buoyancy here around the 50-week moving average. So this is the kind of thing. This is a Warren Buffett trade, right? You're not trading this. I feel like I really like this the company. It's solid, and we got a whole month here of buying at this level. So on the bigger picture, I just bought in a very long-term account. I didn't buy some on this account, but I don't want to tie up the capital in this account. Anyway, what do you guys want to talk about before I have to leave? Go back to daily. Children's Place. Okay, 47%. That's why Children's Place is on this scan, because it's 47% short. But I'll be damned if I was going to be the person buying into earnings. And it looks like they surprised with earnings. And when you got 47% short, you get a squeeze like this. This is another play that, maybe you could sit back and wait and watch and see, but not for now. Big hold of the 10-day. New highs in CDE, huh? Silver's not pulling back. No, it's not. HYMC, I might get that pullback I'm looking for midday, and I can add to that little third tier silver play. And again, I'm not looking for much in a downtrend like that. I'm doing unconventional stuff here, guys. I know that's technically it's a downtrend, but I kind of know where to take my punches and when to duck and what to try and get out of it. And as long as the other silver miners are pushing and strong and breaking out, they might drag these second and third tier miners higher. Yeah. FSM, I think, is just having a hard time right here where I sold it 2 hours ago. Mankind stuff. I just don't trust that one, Patrick. Again, I really won't care if this SMR pulls back on me and goes red. I'm trying to establish a core position, and I'm not going to do it jumping into 3 green candles after I've just told you guys don't do that. So if you're going to do it, you better have good reason to. And I did it with 1/3 size. You're right. Yeah, Patrick's right. Silver keys off of the futures price. Comex, B of A, JP Morgan, they can do all they want to try and create paper silver. But in the end, really the futures price above 30, problematic for them. See. Yeah, you're right. It's just got a bit of a lag to it for whatever reason. Don't know why. Maybe it's because people don't know about it. I don't know. Well, if we look over here in the sector thing before Barry jumps in, gold miners are the strongest. For me, a swing trader, I'm always curious as to where the sector rotation is. Silver and gold miners the strongest. Uranium is also pretty strong. Interesting. Home builders hanging in there. Did they just set a day high? Cool. I don't have them up right now, but I can see the SLV is trying to follow. Um, Gosh, maybe I won't get that pullback in HYMC. I'll have to move this up a little bit more. All right. Anything else you want me to look at before Barry comes in? What did that? What's the one we were looking at? TIL. Oh, look at that! It faked us out. Gave us a signal candle below, and now it's back down. Boy, this thing is nasty. Seems like it's a green light for a short, but I'm not touching it. I've got better things to do. New high in silver is dragging these things higher. Newmont gold mining. Kodak. Hey, okay, so Kodak's giving me that all clear signal for the moment that is trying to break through. Remember, we talked about this earlier. Down reverse head and shoulders after big pullback, keying off the 200-day. Again, we've got a great question from who was it? Anatopoulos on the 1 minute, making sense of the 1 minute. And I'm trying to make sense of the 15-minute, but I'm using the same kind of a thing. And this declining 5-day moving average is now giving me confirmation, at least on this current candle, that we might want to move through. But I need it to hold for a couple candles. We'll see what happens. Barry.
I haven't said anything.
I heard doesn't matter. I still hear the hiss.
The hiss. That's me, my serpentine voice. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, right. Okay, my friend, thank you so much again for taking over for me for this hour. And I guess we'll see you next week.
Sounds good. I got to run.
Okay,
see ya.
bye. Guys, I've taken over both rooms again. And let me get my music going, and then we're good to go. EGIO, no kidding. This is amazing. Okay, let me get my music going. As I put in our internal Slack discussion, Chapter 11, who cares? I mean, can it crack 3 now? I mean, the next high is right. Well, it's right there. My goodness, who knew? Oh well, 295. 295 is the next high. Okay. And it did get above it. It did get above. No, I'm sorry, it did not. It got up to almost right to it. Thoughts on MPW from Alex in our YouTube room? Saw it earlier. I haven't seen it for a while now. MPW didn't win a race, so let's see. Oh, there it is right now. Okay. Yeah, I mean it's a nice run now. I mean you're chasing it somewhat, but I can't remember if it had any news. MPW. Can't remember if it had any news at all. Yes, this is the one that had the settlement. Settlement with Stuart Hell. So I mean, I don't know what else to say. I mean, it's had a nice run. When you look left, it's got room still on the weekly chart anyway. Right there. The next, well, maybe it doesn't. The next high is 565. So it's right there. You can see it's right there. So I mean, if it can take that out, potentially, I suppose, then your next high on the weekly chart is 654. Nobody's going to say it's going to get there, even if it takes that out. But that's your right now. That's your little stumbling block right now. But if it takes that out in any big way, this is why, guys, when you get a top 10 list, just follow these all day long. I mean, obviously the EGIO right at the top here, 114 races, GV, which has got some like really, really interesting news. Okay. I want to see if this has any continuation tomorrow. I mean, it's pulled back from 667. It is pulled back down to 589, 49, but do you not have a chart? Bizavi, do you not have a chart? I mean, the next high is on a daily chart. I mean, other than today's high is up here at 605. You can see just for yourself, 595. But that, but then it's got to get through today's high. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. Well, today's high, it's still got to get through 588. And then the next high officially on the daily chart, previous days is like, what was it? 605, 595. Well, if eBay is moving, that means Steve's trade of the week has worked. It must be over 60. Yeah, really nice. I'm happy for Steve. Not easy to try to pick one. One stock, as a trade of the week. So the trigger was 59.60. So this is look at it go now. Now it's probably moving with the market, but and yeah, look at the market. You're right, Captain. Look at the market. Is that what it is, Casa? Okay. The mover of markets, Josh Brown. All right, let's see if this EGIO can hold 250. Well, it's trying to 250, 251 bid ask. Let's see if we can romp from here. Boy, eBay. Who the heck uses eBay? I know I got to say it, guys. Sorry. Okay, so the 30-year so the 30-year auction was at 1 o'clock. So obviously the market reacted well. Yes. Now, is these things that are happening at 2 o'clock, should they affect the market at all? A rare perfume. Wow. You are a good son. So I don't know if these things affect the market. At 2 o'clock, we have a treasury statement and also the treasury buyback results. So I don't know if that's going to affect the market at all. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Bjorn, okay. So first of all, can you hear me? Make sure you can hear me before I start. I'm talking to Bjorn in our YouTube room. Okay. First of all, what version are you on? Okay. In terms of if you click on the version of trade ideas, so click on help and then about, make sure you're on 4.6.95. Okay. So if you click on help and about, check the version. Okay. And if you're on, you should be on 4.6.95. That's the latest beta. So again, just click on help and then about, and then check the version number that you're on. So can you do that for me? Just let me know what the version you're on. You have to be on the latest version of 0.95, which is the beta. Okay. I unmute. Bjorn, can you hear me? I mean, you said you could hear me. I just before I can keep going, I have to know what version you're on. Oh, okay. So what are you on? Again, click on help and about from the toolbar, help and about. And what version are you on? What do you see? No, no, you can't post things in YouTube. That's the problem with YouTube. You cannot post. I can see your chat. I can see you're saying you hear me, but I'm asking you a question. You have to tell me, are you on version 5.6.95? Because you have to be on that version, number one. Uh, don't see it. This is what I see. Okay. I don't see, this is all I see. I don't see that version that you've, so if you pasted it in, it doesn't work. So I'm sorry. That's all I see. I don't see. So the bottom line is, okay, good. Next step. So when you click on new and then dock channel bar, and then you click on your go no go charts. So you should have a list of symbols in the right hand corner. When you click on one, see right now you don't have the go no go charts. These are just normal bar charts. If you click on a symbol, let me know what happens. Okay, does it turn into the go no go chart? Just click on a symbol, and does it turn into the go no go chart? Okay, right click on the chart, okay, and uncheck use browser interface. Let me know if that works. Okay, can you see what I'm doing? Right click on the chart and then uncheck use browser interface and see if that works. Yes, no? Again, if you're posting, really, you do have the list of symbols on the right hand side, right? You do have these lists of symbols. Want to make sure you're absolutely in the program. I know we've got a bit of a lag in YouTube when I ask a question. I know it's a bit of a lag. I just want to make sure you've got this list of symbols on the right hand side of that of the channel bar. Oh well, in the channel. Ah, then you're not somehow. Then you're not signed up. Then somehow correctly. You're going to have to. Then I can't help you. I can send you to accounting to make sure that you are signed up correctly. Because if you're signed up correctly, you should see a list of like what I'm pointing out right here, a list of symbols, and that's all you do is you click on one, and then it turns into the chart. So, unfortunately, I don't know why you say you've signed up for it, but here's what I can do. I can't help you, okay? I cannot get into your account, but somebody can take a look at your account to make sure that you've signed up correctly, okay? Oh, I understand. I understand. You're saying when you go click on new dock channel bar, and then when you click on the go no go charts, yeah, you're probably getting nothing. Well, you should be a big, but you don't see a list of symbols, right? I just want to make sure, aren't you? You can see, you just don't have a list of symbols. It's blank. Well, you do have symbols. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, when you click on a symbol, what happens? Does it turn into the go no go chart? When you click on any symbol in any one of these in this list. Okay, so now Now, can you right click on the chart and see if use browser interface? If you uncheck it, what happens? What happens? Okay. Okay, good. Okay. There you go. No problem. I know it can be frustrating. All right, come on, EGIO. Well, you held 250 nicely. Oh, I agree. Well, love, I had an alert set for love up here and it briefly took it out. So EGIO, maybe it'll be that one that, what time is it now? 1:16. So sort of that late day boomer. I mean, it's already boomed a lot. I know that, but it could be that late day boomer. Now, the other one that could get running also is GOV, though it's pulled back quite a bit now. I'm a little suspect of that one. But what I'm going to do is put a price alert. First of all, over five, somewhere over five. Yeah. So, Tom, you're talking about the buy and the sell, right? So, right now, I know Michael is going to work on a way in which we get, like, he's going to create some scans so that when the buy or sell shows up, you'll get the alert. Okay. Right now, though, it's not. There's nothing you can do. Okay. I mean, you click on an alert and you happen to see it, great. Sometimes, though, I mean, they haven't moved that much from the buy or the sell, so it's not that big a deal. What it's really designed for right now is if you had maybe you had three or four stocks you really want to pay attention to. Maybe you want to pay attention to the SPY, maybe you want to have Nvidia, maybe you want to have, I don't know, Apple, and you just kind of stare at those charts. I know it sounds a little crazy, but right now there's no way to get an alert. But for instance, on this one, not that you're going to want to short GV as an example, but when I click on GV, there's a sell. So the alert would have been at 481. Now, if you're watching this one, you had time to get into this, but you're right. It's not ideal right now because there's no real time alert on when you get these transitions. Now, Michael, I shouldn't say that because Michael's got some scans here. Let's just take a look. Let's just take a look here, and we'll go to the Ripsters. Okay. Let me- When my computer revs up just for a second. Now, what's interesting that they don't have the buy and the sell on here. Oh, they do. Okay. So these are some scans that actually have been created. Now, the problem is, I mean, you can't adjust them. Okay. I mean, you cannot adjust them. Anyway, it's so new right now, Tom. It's so new. This whole idea of these buy and sell signals. Look at the SPY as an example. You had a buy right there. Okay. If you thought, well, okay, I think the SPY is going to move higher, 555 got up to 557. That's on the SPY. But imagine if you had, I know a lot, maybe you've got a few, maybe two or three, maybe four stocks you really want to follow all day long and just see if you get the buy and sell showing up. Whoa, look at now. Yeah, I see what you're like here. Obviously, it would have been wonderful to see this sell for QXO right up here. All right, guys, 122. So I've got another a little over an hour left for me. Well, let's see now. Okay, that's for fun. Yeah, maybe this will be the exception. Like when, okay, so what are we now? The 12th? Okay, so there's the first. Okay, so 560. So that was the high on the first day of September, 560, and we're not that far behind. Now that'd be wild if it took it out and ran for the rest of the month, because then that would be unusual for the month, because this is the worst month historically in terms of in terms of the market being down. Now it's only September 12th. We could have we could have some big move. I mean, look at this. Remember we had that. Remember that was at what, 560. They go down to 538. That looked pretty bleak. I know you've been talking about that, Captain. Well, I'm probably not going to be around 4 years from now, but I mean, I'll be walking the earth, I hope, but doubt I'll be in this room 4 years from now. Oh, I see. 16, 18, 19, and 20. What happened to the 17th? Oh, those are the down. Oh, I see. Those are coming up. Those are the down days. All right. Well, that's pretty cool. I will, but not the 17th. It's a retracement back up. Okay. – 195 or 198. Now, wild for the ride. JSIW, guys, is sort of interesting. JSIW, sort of interesting. The high up here is 1151. It's got room to that. I don't know what they do. Okay, engages in the provision of placing and underwriting services. Oh, okay. They're some kind of a broker, and they're out of Hong Kong. Okay. Ooh, look at that spread. Catch up. UPC, guys. I'm here. I just saw. Shoot, I just saw UPC a while back. Why did I see it? I know it just got halted. So UPC is halted, and let's see where it could open. 220, 220. So 212, there's the halt. Blue screen. Where is this from, guys? It's from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, so there's your halt price for UPC, and there's the potential of the open. So Rye just got halted. Wow, on the way down. Unbelievable. What a crock. Seriously. I mean, not even just coming back to from where all the nonsense started. I mean, way below now. Oh, I see. They're focusing on the distribution of traditional Chinese medicine derivative products. Okay, interesting. Well, this is what we call a volatility halt. Now, suspended is obviously a lot worse. We don't have we don't I don't know if we have that in a description that if something is actually suspended. Suspended would be a lot worse though. A halt is just, a volatility halt, typically anyway, unless it said halt for news. But this says halted because of volatility. So bottom line is, let's see if it opens in 5 minutes at 134 plus 41 seconds. Then it's just a normal halt. Now, oh, I see what you're saying. So UPC, yeah, I doubt if this is, I doubt if this is anything special in terms of a halt. It's just well, Captain. I mean, once some of these things start, then all those scanning programs around the world. I mean, we see all this. We see this. So people start buying, 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 buying. Unfortunately, the ones at the very top are left holding the bag, unless they've got to stop. Oh, well, then if that's the case, then maybe it's the same suspended and halt because I mean we don't have anything that I've seen anyway that says suspended. So there you go. So UPC was just a normal, what we call a normal volatility halt. And what was it halted at? 212. So it's opening at A little bit above it. Okay, thank you, William. Wow. Ah, there are shares available. That's right. They're only fee rate's a little stiff, 623%, but there are 63,000 available interactive brokers. Yeah, so today it definitely was a good day for the gold and silver plays. There's SSRM. All right. Well, I have an alert again set for this 288 for the EGIO, just in case it decides to have a big finish into the close, taking it out the high and maybe running somewhat. Be pretty wild if it did that and took out that 295 and then start to attack this little void here. Oh, I don't know. I have no idea, Baba. I don't get into the weeds like that about why something like that happens. I have no idea. I mean, these stocks, yeah. I mean, these stocks. It's going to have to do eventually. Eventually, I think there's some new rules coming in, but it takes a long time, to prevent these companies from just doing reverse split after reverse split after reverse split. I think I read that somewhere that they're going to limit it, but it's not going to. You can only. I don't know. I when I read it, it seemed to be though it's going to take. It would take a long time. But yeah, there are some. They're trying to because it is stupid. I mean, Mullen to get back on Nasdaq officially, before they get their compliance notice, we'll have to do another reverse split. How many have they done? Probably many. And to find out, well, I don't know. It's not a matter of finding out, but yeah, I mean, you can see that. I wonder how many they've actually done because reverse split adjusted. Okay, I know it sounds crazy. This stock at 357,566. That's the price reverse split adjusted. It's 17 cents now. So they must have done a bunch of reverse splits at very high ratios. Or just the huge ratios. Some of them, yeah, I think the most I've ever seen might be 250 to 1. There might have been some higher ratio. So it's all about the ratio too. So I mean, at some point, enough is enough. EPSN. Sorry, there was EP. Yeah, EPSN. EPSN. Not the sports network, but Now, this is a nice one. I guess Shady is in this one. Now, this was a nice one. The main reason is that it really didn't have a lot of whip in it. Okay, it's steady up, a lot of consolidation. If you're in down here, there's no reason to get out just because it was probably boring for a while, and then it pops. Okay, guys, again, I'll be right back. Beyond Meat, guys, what's happening with Beyond Meat? BYND looks like it's just making a new high of the day. BYND, another one that's just ripping here for some reason. I don't know, maybe just, the market's dragging a lot of things up. Look at this market. There's that nice buy signal right there. Short sell right there. It would have been okay briefly, but the buy signal really. All right, chill right back over 40. I know it had dropped down to 38. Back there's a buy signal right there. The alert would have been at 39. Now, one of the things you can do is you can take a look at the report, okay? And if you look at the report, and this is on the long side, so the entry was at 40. And this is toggled. You have to click on the header to remove it. Yeah, so you can see it's right at the high here, right at the high. All right, guys, what do you think? A little China action right now. It's GLXG, the IPO today. GSIW on the move a little bit. I'm doing a lot of things kind of on my own, guys, based on these buy and sell signals, and also what the go no go is doing, showing me. So this is interesting to me. I mean, it's at the what did it get up to? Got up to 520. So there is some enthusiasm for this one because it was IPO priced at 4. So there is some enthusiasm. Long halt for ride. Yeah. 129 was the halt. And what time are we now? So 10 and 5. So that's at least 15 minutes. It could be a 20-minute halt. Well, you got to deal with this spread. Very, very challenging with that spread. Well, it just tightened a bit, but I'm talking about the GLXG. Okay, so UPC just got halted again, but this time on the way down. So it didn't really, well, I guess it kind of did. I mean, if you'd been able to get in around the 220 mark, it did get up to 250, but now it's falling. All right. Sorry. There's a little buy button down here for GSIW. Looks like EGIO ain't going to do it, guys. Doesn't look like $3 is in the offing. So unless we get a lot of volume to come in. Not shortable for me. I see that short flag, but not short. Wow, gee, I'm sorry, guys. There are certain things I'm just kind of doing. No, that spread on GSIW is crazy. All right. Well, let's see if this GLXG can kind of pop back up over, keep over 5. So I don't share the layout, Mehar. Okay, this is in our Mehar. This is in our YouTube room. I share the scans, so you can pick and choose what you want, including the ones you see here. Okay, so let me just show you how you can do that. Good segue. Anyway, I should be talking just a little bit about my homepage, including the scans that I'm sharing. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Okay, so if you're looking for my scans, just scroll down. Click here. Here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Here, the biggest scanners from the start of the race. You can see right here. Okay. Halts resumes is over here. Relative strength leaders from the close is down here. And then the movers to the upside versus downside is here. So what you're seeing here, these are the four scans that I'm sharing. Okay. I have I'm displaying. I have other scans that I have that you can take a look at. Okay, but right now these are the ones that I am displaying. So I don't have a layout as such, but people can just kind of pick and choose what they might like. Okay, and then as far as a charts and everybody has a different idea about what charts they want in terms of time frames, etc. But this is what I'm currently displaying in terms of the scans. Okay. Burn, I see burn down here. New highs, yes. Nice break on the daily too. BYRN. And the reason I don't share a big layout is because not everybody wants everything, right? So I just found it easier just to display the scans that I'm sharing, and people can just kind of a la carte them. Pick and choose what you might like. I think I've named them. Well, you can see the ones that I'm displaying. They're named, but the other ones, momentum. I do have this one on my other monitor, the momentum scan. Okay. There's a cheap one, guys. Wow, I got halted on the way down and now breaking down through $1, and that's KUKE. I know, I know, Captain. I know. Look at this market is right. I mean, we're almost at the all-time high, right? Isn't the all-time high around 565? 564. I mean, right up here. No, 565, right? On that week. I think that's the all-time high. So we're so close. Yeah, guys, I don't think this GV is going to do it. I don't think it's going to, unless it really stops moving down right about here and we get some volume coming in. You can just sort of see the volume is just tapered off completely. Huge news. At least it looks like huge news. That Saudi investment fund putting $120 million into them. I mean, it almost seems too good to be real. Oh, here we go. Okay, an MOU for an investment of up to $120 million. Up to $120 million. So it's not 100% that it's $120 million going in. Okay, so that is not like they just signed a check and said, okay, here it is. Now, I may be wrong. I look at EGO, EGIO, trying to curl back a little bit. Where is the VWAP? 223 is the VWAP. So that's what it got down to, that area, the VWAP area. So maybe the VWAP's going to hold it. Maybe that will act as support. Look at all. So these lines, I mean, this is, you can just see it's been a sea of green all day. 78% of the stocks that have been coming through here, or the alerts that have been coming through here, have been green, only 22% red. Remember, this is a compare count window, basically taking two competing scans and kind of trading off each other. Well, Tata, if that holds around 559, that was quite the alert earlier today by you. Yes, it is just above the VWAP, 223. It's like you see the volume come in, though. I mean, you see how the volume, like, easy to see it on the 15. So the volume is just sort of dried up somewhat. You can see it on the 3 minute. It's just kind of dried up. This earnings play, guys, OXM looking like it's making a new high for the day. Oh, yeah, look at this. OXM making a new high for the day. Well, just kind of keeping an eye on the GLXG in case it pops over 5 again. Just in case it does, I might take the trade. This is the IPO, China IPO from today. You can see it right here. Well, let's see if yeah, if this can bounce. It's getting through this little cloud here, which is somewhat bullish, holding that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, which is another bullish sign for EGIO. Will it have that late day run and maybe, who knows, maybe even take out three? A little bit of volume coming in now. Okay, William, what time today? Is there, are you going to are you going to hang around? Oh, okay, four-ish, okay. Any interesting earnings plays this afternoon after market? Probably not. Okay, so William says he's going to hold. He's going to keep the room open until four-ish. Okay, I'll be taking off sometime between 2:30 and quarter to three. So you're going to hold some of that EGIO for a swing, potentially. You're saying, Shady. Adobe. Okay, so Adobe is releasing earnings today. Boy, you just don't hear too. Well, I don't anyway. I guess Photoshop, is that still something? Do people still use Photoshop, or is there something else that's better that people use? Look at this weekly chart. I mean, wow, it's an expensive stock, $583. So I guess maybe people still are using. Oh, it's a big float, 400. Boy, what a market cap this has got. 583 times. Well, that's the float. I don't know how many shares outstanding they've got. That is a big, big market cap. So what CASA is saying is implied volatility. So Adobe is the implied volatility. It could move 5% either way, 5.4% either way. That's the issue, though. Which way? Is that Fortinet, FTNT? Ooh, I guess okay. So confirms a data breach. So FTNT, Fortinet, confirms a data breach. So went from 76, not, it looks worse than it is. 76 down to 75. It looks a lot worse than it is. I was muted, yes. I was just showing I just did a search on whatever stalking horse purchase agreement means. Oh, you're right. I'm hearing, I got my little chime on for my Momo scan, and it's chiming at me, TIL, another new high of the day. Is this an all-time high? Not an all-time high. So they must have, oh, okay, look at this. Float, so they've done some reverse splits in the past, obviously. Let's just see where they were, reverse split adjusted. Yeah, you're talking almost $600 reverse split adjusted. Yeah. Did a reverse split in 2023. Thanks, Rob. Don't remember them at all, really. But what a week. What a week. Basically, more than a double and close to a triple. Yeah, $30 was sort of the open, 40, 44 now. Yeah. It's just one of these things, you see these after the fact, and you think, well, why didn't I get it here? Well, it's probably over right here, right? Had a big pop, probably over. Oh, maybe it's over now. Well, yesterday it had to be over. And look at today. This is the biggest bar of them all. You're talking about the count. Yeah, look at that. There's the count, number of new highs, 163 so far. Well, is this it for the SPY today? A little bit of a movement down, a little bit of one, not a huge one. Oh, EGIO just nice little pop here, guys. Nice little pop. Now, will it challenge this right here, 280, and there's 289. No mistake, Michael, because I know you had a stop, right, Michael Storm, in our YouTube room? You had a, stop. There are no mistakes, they're just manageable exits for a manageable loss, right? Well, this TIL is either gonna turn into an amazing short. I mean, there are shorts available for me, not today, I'm not gonna do it today, but I have to watch it tomorrow. 108,000 available Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I heard, Ride just opened. My little sound alert went off. Ride opened. Oh, golly, my goodness. I have to tell Chris this because he was beating himself up for not getting it up here. I have to show him this. I would say it was a huge, well, I hate to use the word scam, but there was no reason for this lift. And people are going to say, well, why does it drop so much? The real question should be, well, why did it go up so much on nothing? Well, there were some shorts available for me, but about 60,000 or something like that earlier for Ride, but Well, William, I thought you said you'd buy this at $2 or something. Right. This is when it was up here. I don't think we're going to do that. All right, guys, what time is it now? 2:20. So I'm wrapping up in about 10 minutes. So if there are any questions, good time to ask. Yeah, this is cheap. I'm a little surprised. I thought maybe there'd be a little more action as it maybe in this area. Maybe would pop it later on, but you have to watch it tomorrow, though. I mean, I think the you see, this is a misleading press release right here. Unless, yeah, the reason I say this might be a little misleading because when you read this, it says it signed an MOU for an investment of 128 million to fully support, etc. It doesn't say of up to 120. The other one said up to 120. This implies that they've got 120, no ifs, ands, or buts. And I'm just reading through this, and I don't see where it says that it's up to anywhere. Whereas the other one said up to 120. So I mean that could be anything. Have I ever been in a low volume trade? Um, well, certainly it wouldn't be low volume when I got in. Now if it turns into low volume, I mean, I'm not saying it's never happened, but remember, most of the things I get into are trading abnormally, and usually they're trading abnormally all day. So it's rare that I get into something that all of a sudden just stops trading or and turns into a huge bid ask. Rarely. I can't remember the last time because that's the whole idea of what we try to do here is just, be in the ones that are trading abnormally. Well, I don't know. I mean, 35 times normal volume for TIL, 832,000 shares. I mean, it's not terrible. Um, the daily volume has been increasing. But you know what? If it made you wary, then obviously you don't take it. But it certainly is trading abnormally. No, I mean, the other thing about it is that, the spread, I don't know what the spread has been like all day, but right now it's not great. 42.55, 43. It's not great. I think I saw just briefly it was about $1. But, it's one of those things here. You look at it afterwards and you say, well, it didn't matter what the spread was if it's going to go at 14 or $15. But it's hard to commit. I have a tough time. Ah, this one. See, this one for me has been a bit of a spread issue also, but I decided to bite the bullet earlier on that little buy button there. But there we go. Now it's halted on the way up. Ride is now, believe it or not, halted on the way up. I have it halted. I have it halted here. Uh, According to IB, it's halted. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, guys. Now this is a late dayer right now. OBLG. Uh, yeah. So $6, 609 is the high looking left. It can somehow take that out. The next high on a weekly chart is 7-ish. So that's the OBLG, and it looks like it wants to try to take out that 6. And look at the volume. See, that's what we need. We need volume to increase, which is doing. Now remember, it's a super, super low float. Oh, is it? 200-day moving average is, you're right, 629. You were right. 629 is a 200-day moving average. So, I mean, that could stall it. If it can somehow get through that, then the next high on the weekly is 726. Yeah, crazy spread, 111.2. This is probably more realistic, Rich, 111.17. I don't believe that. Boy, this takes out that 200-day moving average in a big way, 629. There's your high right there. Well, there's another high right there at 638. Where did it get up to? Got up to 630. Was there news for this one? I can't even remember. Yeah, that's right. The regain compliance. Okay. Regain compliance with NASDAQ. Okay. This will be pretty wild, if that green line, which is the 200-day moving average, actually halts or holds something like this from going up. Because a lot of times these crazy little low floaters, they don't really respect things like that. But right now, you can see exactly what it did. Got into it and it stopped. Thank you for pointing that out. I didn't even check that draw. All right, guys, 232. I think that's it for me. Okay. I'm going to be able to maybe take a look at this OBLG on my own, see what it does in the last hour and a half. So thanks for all the help, guys. William, we'll keep the room open until 4. I will get out right now. I'll be on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock. And YouTubers, I have to shut. Oh, wait, before I do that, here is the link to get into the main room if you want. William says he'll keep it open till 4. Yeah, thank you, KB Ray. You too. Okay, so click on my homepage link, and somewhere at the top, you'll see Trading Room. Okay, so if you guys who are in YouTube still want to chat about stocks, etc., until 4, you can do so. Okay, I won't shut you guys down for maybe another 30 seconds or so. Okay, so anybody there who wants to go in should have seen that link.